This broadcast from IOF TV is brought to you by T-Cartor and Lumonite.
Hello and welcome back to the European Orienteering Championships in Hungary for the second day of competition. It is the long distance, 2 tests of endurance, of navigation, of route choice making. We're actually back in the same arena that we were in yesterday for yesterday's middle distance, crowning some new European champions there. But the test today is really very different, starting a bit further away from the arena and obviously covering a long old distance. We've had starts already for the past 4 hours or so. So lots of competitors already in the rain, lots of competitors already finished. And again, as you can see there, it's very sunny today. Low to mid 30s at the moment, but climbing, of course, throughout the afternoon, which will really prove to be a test of difficulty for the athletes as they head out. This is the shot over the whole of the terrain, and we're going to head more into the terrain in the far distance this time compared to yesterday's competition, and more into the forest as well. But these are the slopes that have been familiar for the athletes if they did the middle distance yesterday. It was a qualification for that one. It's no qualification for today's long distance, which means we have super long start list. 118 women taking to the start today, 152 men, and for the first time this is where we're going to have courses with equal winning time. So gradually for the women, the distance has gone up from about 75 minutes now to 90, gradually adding time with every competition, but now it is finally up to equal expected winning times. So both the men's and the women's courses at the 90-minute mark. And you can see there the climb, 630 meters in the just under 11 kilometer of course. And it's going to be a real test, of course, Jonas. I think we're about to see the map. So why don't you talk us through it?
You named it. It's a long day today. It was a long day yesterday as well, but it's different today. It's not as extreme kind of terrain as it was yesterday. You can see it here. Quite an easy start to get used to the map, and then this first and maybe the most decisive route choice to the fifth control. We'll get back to this one. 5, 6, again a bit shorter leg. Then we have this loop here. 7, 8, 9. The concept basically of the course is either go straight or go around and save some meters climbing. 10, 11, kind of a route choice, but not so many very different options. Control 14, we have the first TV split, so that's the first time we get an indication about the runner's time. And then 14, 15, another long route choice where you can either go to the northwest or straight. We see that in detail again as well. Another TV control at 17, and then from 18, 19 we go slightly back to the arena. 2021, it's back in the slope where we have been yesterday. But I guess it won't be that difficult to find the control today as it was yesterday. Today it's all about the route choices and yeah, to set up the race in a tactical way so that you don't have to climb too much. We're gonna see here some running cam of control 2 to 3. It's not a route choice, but it's just to show you how it looks like in the forest. It can be good to know when you decide the long route choices. So that's also why the runners get these 4 shorter legs in the beginning. Something interesting you can see here in the picture, if you look at the map and if you look at the yellow bits and then look to the left in the picture, you can actually see the yellow bits when it's good weather, because it's where the sun reaches the ground. So I think it's quite hard to see them if the weather's not good. So luckily for the runners today, it's sunny, but at the same time it's very warm again. Of course, this control 3, not a very difficult one. Here the runners, they will have time to prepare the route to control 5.
And then as you can see, when you get into the valley, the trees are a little bit more close together, but really the running's still pretty good, right?
Yeah, the running is still pretty good. You can also see that here to the left, it's actually a small green area. It's not a very big difference to the rest of the forest. Runnability is still okay here, so it's... I would say it's not about... I mean, it would be a very tough long distance if it was tough vegetation as well, but runnability really isn't a problem in this kind of terrain. Here you have a long route, that's what I was talking about. Interesting here is it looks like you could save quite a lot of meters climbing. You could go a bit more to the south on the blue one to avoid about 20 more meters climbing. Actually, I mean, you have to do around 240 meter climbing either way, so you have to go straight here. There's no other option. But it's hard to see that it's equally when it comes to the climbing. I think that it's a difficult one to see. You have to take time, but you have quite a fair amount of time to prepare for this one, because the first 4 controls aren't that difficult.
And will the runners be literally counting the contours, or will they try and just kind of do it by eye?
No, I think they're gonna do it by eye. Otherwise, they will be standing 4 minutes there. But it's what you do is you go for the one where you think you can avoid the climbing, and look how many of the slopes you have to climb up, basically, and then you try to compare it to the other one. But it's hard to see on one like this, because if you take the one that's lower in the slope, you go quite often up and down, and that makes counting very difficult.
Absolutely. So let's have a quick look at the start list then here. All of these athletes have started, many of them near the finish as well, or kind of out on their course. We've only actually got a few runners yet to start their campaign today, and obviously we're going to have the best runners last. So who do we want to look out for in this list?
I mean, it's a very long race today, and it makes a chance for a surprise. Yeah, smaller compared to yesterday where we had a tricky race. You could miss quite a lot. Today it's so physical, it's long, you have time to win back time if you missed somewhere. Makes it maybe even more obvious who the favorites are. I would definitely go for Simona Abisol. She has been very strong this season. She has been strong yesterday. She is in shape. She has prepared for this kind of terrain. She will be fighting for the gold medal. So will Tuve Alexanderson be. And I would say Natalia Gempele is physically strong. She can be in the fight there as well. I would say all the others might be just a little bit behind when it comes to the physical ability to compete for the gold if the other 3 are not making any mistakes.
Well, this is the current leader in the finish. In fact, Camila Steiwer had a much better race than hers yesterday, where she made loads and loads of mistakes yesterday, but she's got the leading time here. You can see it there, 1 hour and 40 minutes, 100 minutes and 5 seconds, and she has a big lead over the rest of the field at the moment. ahead of Sonnerson, and another 8 minutes then back towards Grace Malloy. So a really impressive time kind of early on for Camila Steiwer, and clearly she wanted vengeance. She wanted to get revenge based on her performance from yesterday. She must have really attacked this very strongly.
Yeah, I mean, she had a really tough day yesterday. She got kind of on the wrong foot from the beginning, lost confidence early, I think at around control 4, and then it's so hard to get back. And it's good to see that she actually, today, she had a bit of time to get into the race, and then when it's it's a totally different kind of race compared to yesterday. So I think it's good for her. It was very good for her to get into the race and then to deliver competition like she did today.
So we can look back at some of those who've made their way out of the start. Ingrid Lundenes didn't actually run the middle distance, so possibly advantage for her for today?
Yeah, I mean, a small advantage, I would say. It will be tough for her as well. Today it's a long race, as for everyone. The runners yesterday were competing for 45 minutes to 55 minutes. It's not the same as if you had been running a knockout sprint with qualification, quarterfinal, semifinal, final. Yeah, it might be a small advantage, but not huge.
So let's have a look at these GPS trackers then. Camila Steiwer obviously is our current leader at the finish, so we can compare that to her. Sonnerson into second place. So looking at how Lundenes is doing compared to the top two at the finish. And yeah, this is obviously the first chance we get to see what athletes have actually done on this route choice 4 to 5.
I mean, you could see that they had a good exit from the control, then they went down into the valley. They had this small valley up again where they could do the climbing. It's important to not have to do the climbing all at once in very steep bits. So you can see it where Steiwer is now, that's really slow to go up there. Of course, at this point here, you have no chance, but on the route, the chance, and you might pick a valley where you have the climbing on a flatter part. It's quicker to climb like this. So I think that's what you want to look for when you plan the route. Very well executed by Steiwer, and I think it's kind of it was kind of the ground she built that run on later. Good start, good competition. Now let's hear from her.
So Camila Steiwer, you just finished a very tough long distance with a big lead. Can you tell us a bit about how your race went?
Yes, it was tough. I think everyone will feel quite tired today, and especially in the beginning on the first long leg, I was really unsure if my route choice were good or not. I thought I maybe took too many hills because I took deep hills and then took really long time, but I couldn't find anything else. But yeah, that was in my back head for some legs after that. But I just tried to keep the speed up, and I did. I made mistakes. I maybe a little bit more than a minute. That was quite like halfway. But yeah, I tried to forget it and kept on. And yeah, I felt really tired in the end, and some small mistakes too. But yeah, I probably should have run a couple of minutes better. Then will be really sad. But compared to yesterday, I think it was good. Then yeah.
Yeah, how did you manage to do better today compared to yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday I just had so much focus on the two first control because I saw they were tricky, and when I just at a yellow for the first time, my head went. I lost it on the second control. So yeah, I had lost 10 minutes there, and yeah, I decided to quit the race and try to save my legs for today. Yeah.
And what was your tactic for today's race?
No specific. I just needed to take the route choice I thought was the best on each leg. Yeah, and that was it.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well, it's paid off then for Camila Steiwer, taking the right route choices, and also, possibly a good decision for her to quit that race yesterday and to save her legs, as she said.
I think she said something interesting. She said that she decided the route choices and took the one she thinks is best. Sounds very easy. Very clear. But in a race like this, you could take tactical choices, especially in the beginning, when you think that okay, I see two route choices. I take the one with less climbing because it might pay off in the end. I think what she meant is that she didn't take decisions like that. She took this decision, the quickest one, even if that means that she might invest a bit of energy. And I think today that's a very good decision because, as I said, on the first route you can't save so many meters to climb. It's very convenient to go a bit to the right because you think you could. So she could avoid things like this by choosing the tactics she did.
Yeah, I want to come back to something else she said about, keeping thinking about all of those route choices. But let's see Maja Sienoja at the start line. See her just getting focused as she watches the clock, is about to pick up her map and head out towards the start kite to begin her campaign in the forest. See again a little bit of a run out towards the actual start control itself, and then a few fairly easy controls. Again, we're going to still compare her to adding in Kasaku as well into this mix as well, but you can see all of them running quite similar speeds at this point of the course.
You can see the different exits. Sienoja going a bit more to the east straight away, then now going to trying to avoid some climbing. Now she is at the place where she has to climb a steep hill. You can see how close to the control Steiwer already is at this point, and I mean Sienoja has to take that climb as well. So here she loses a lot of time.
Yeah, obviously the control is pretty much at the top of the hill, right? So that makes it, you have to do the climb all the way. Yeah.
I mean, there is a chance you could take the valley to the east, but if the control is located on top, it doesn't help you so much. You get a bit of a flatter climbing, but it's not very good either.
Let's take Sophie Bachmann into the finish then. The Swiss athlete, you can see, is going to be about 11 minutes behind, very close to her teammate Ines Berger, who was, I think, in a top 6 yesterday. So we could tell there were 4 Swiss women in the top 6 in yesterday's distance. You can tell they're very well prepared overall. And Sophie Bachmann here into a similar time as her teammate.
Bachmann lost a lot of time in the first part, most probably on the route choice to control 5. She was already 7 minutes behind after 43 minutes.
Let's head back to the start then. Andrea Svensson next to begin. Just see how she's trying to stay. She looks kind of bored, but I think she's just really trying to stay calm and relaxed and just go through her routine and look at her compass and everything on the start line. Maybe some nerves in there as well, I'm sure, a lot of the runners. And then out into the terrain. I'm sure we'll see comparison then of her routes compared to the others. Let's have a little look.
I can see it's very similar beginning to the route where we had Steiwer. She follows a bit longer in this valley. Doesn't have to climb that steep there. And kind of heading back. Steiwer was very quick in the uphills, you can see here. And I mean, overall, you could say that I think Steiwer has just been pushing a bit harder compared to Svensson, or has just a little bit of a higher speed here in the beginning.
She must have really placed it well. I'm interested to reflect on Steiwer's comment that she didn't really know whether her route was any good, and she was kind of thinking about it for the next few controls. But I mean, that's quite common in orienteering, right? You're not going to get any feedback as to how good your route was at all.
Well, you can get feedback when you catch other runners on the route, or when you get back to the control. But usually, especially when you have a route choice like this, I mentioned it before, it's quite many up and down hills on the way. It's so hard to get a feeling about the situation.
So Miri Trana-Erdem here. This is control number 13 she's just been to, so we're going to follow her then on stages towards the one where we get the time check. This is Steiwer, Cecilia Colondri, the top two at this point. Her best
You can see,
long, sorry, yep.
yeah, you can see it's very open forest here. It's very good runnability.
Yeah, you can really see it a long way in the distance, so we will see her coming. But this is a good start here for Miri Trana-Erdem. She's got, her best long distance result comes from 2021 in the Czech Republic. Very similar kind of test of, up and down and round there. So yeah, quite, good to see. And now she just stops here. This is control 14. So she's got this route choice now here to decide. And she's really taking her time to make sure she gets it right.
Yeah, they had a map change as well at control 12. So they had, I would say, approximately 3-4 minutes time to prepare this long route. It's, again, you can either go to the north, very far around, but avoid a lot of climbing, or go straight. In this case here, I actually haven't seen anyone who went straight, so I think it seems to be quite a good option to go around.
Yeah, absolutely. We will check on her progress and see how she gets on with that route choice. Mia Nittinen is the next to begin her race. And again, just trying to stay calm on the start line, getting her watch ready to go, see how she manages to progress throughout the course. And obviously the athletes kind of know roughly where quarantine is, they know the embargoed area, will have been able to plan a few courses on this area and check out, try and predict what the planner might do. So Nittinen, you can see already at 4 behind the other two, Karsaku and Steiwer.
You can see the tail is 3 minutes, so approximately 1.5 minutes behind already here. You can see difference between Karsaku and Nittinen. Karsaku bit same as Svensson before, using that valley, but then got a bit too far to the north. In the end here, she lost about 1.5 minutes on the route as well, even though she basically had the same route choice as Steiwer. So now it's the whole 3 minutes she's behind. So of course it's one thing to decide the route choice, but you also have to keep on pushing and to execute it. It's a very common thing in continental terrain that it's a bit different to if you compare it to Scandinavian terrain, where you have to on the route often be very careful and do technical orienteering in order to not lose position. But here it's more that once you have decided the route, you have to keep on pushing and really execute it to the max. And well, you could see that Steiwer did that very well.
Yeah, she really did that well. This is Jo Shepherd coming into the finish here. The Brit based in Norway doesn't do sprinting, so she'll be glad of a return to the forest, and glad of those fans at the finish, I'm sure, as well. A hot old day out there, but she is now in towards the finish. Sandra Grosberger next to start then, the Latvian. You can see multiple top 20 results at World and European Championship level. So she will obviously try and improve on that today. I seem to remember she did not really have the best run in the middle distance yesterday, but this is a whole different test of endurance and route choice. And Jonas, we've had quite a few long distances recently in a similar character to this. I think back to the World Champs in 2021 in Czechia, and also the World Cup last year in the same place, with again kind of these big steep slopes and a lot of route choice involved as well, in terms of, do you go down and up in a big valley, or do you try and take a flatter route around the top or around the bottom indeed?
You're right, especially I mean, the first thing I thought of was the World Championships, as you mentioned it, very similar when it came to the kind of route choices. But yeah, of course and then of course also last year in Česká Lípa, also in Czech Republic, it's something very common in, yeah, especially I would say if I had looked at the map here without knowing where it is, I would have, my first guess would have been Czech Republic.
Yeah, yes.
It's very area. And yeah, it's hard. I mean, now it's quite fair. Many of the runners have been running this kind of competitions, but otherwise, well, it is an advantage for runners that are kind of used to this kind of decision taking here. You can see that Kasiku had a good middle section.
And in fact, yeah, we're going to see Kasiku now in towards control number 14. She should be approaching now, just having punched control number 3. And in fact, this control is in the white, but down on the slope towards the left is some of the green sections. Not super green though, and she's got company. You can see Ingrid Lundenes here.
Yeah, and she had, as I said before, a very good middle section here, almost 2 minutes ahead of Steiwer. Kind of interesting that her best in long distance is a 15th position. She's much better in middle distances so far compared to the long distances.
Oh, and this is like stressful, isn't it? Picking this route whilst you've got a camera in your face as well, and somebody else seems to have kind of maybe picked it before you.
Yeah, but I think, I mean, at this point, runners start to be very used to have cameras around when they take decisions. I think it was different 15, 20 years ago, but nowadays I think you're so used that sometimes you have even drones flying around you, so quite, yeah,
I mean,
quite convenient with a camera operator.
That's true. I mean, it's something that juniors, youth are, training to do. I was on a training camp for 14-year-olds a couple of weeks ago, and we're putting cameras in their faces to try and get them used to it, and because we know that's what they're gonna, have to contend with when they get later on into their orienteering career. Anna Jukorn here, heading out of start again. Tends to have better results in sprint races.
I can see she did a mistake there in the beginning, quite far behind already at control 3. And having good exit, following the others, at least in the beginning, and then deciding to go a bit more to the east, so she will lose another 2-3 minutes here. It's not a good start for the Norwegian.
Yeah, it really looks like you're going to save a lot of climb, but then you have to descend all the way into the bottom there, and then, still climb all the way up onto the top of the slope for number 5, and much further away from it.
Yeah, and I mean, the big climb here in the very end you have to do anyway. And you can see how far behind she is. Again, the tail is 3 minutes. She's about 6 minutes behind already at the 5th control. And around is far too much to go around there. You don't really need to save. It's not a place where you can save some climbing between 5 and 6, really. Or where you should try to save it.
No, very, very interesting to see a mistake, then the route choice as well. But we can go and switch over to another part of the map towards control number 17. And Victoria Hestad Bjørnstad.
I see that she has brought her own water with her. That's a Camelback.
Yeah, and she's not the only one to do that at all.
No, of course, it's very warm. And otherwise, you're very depending on the water you get from the organizers.
Yeah, you can see some people have taken the little, backpack. Some people have got like belts that they've taken either liquid, gels, electrolytes in. So real different approach being taken by different athletes. This is Hanna Wisniewska from Poland, and she's on her way to the first split.
But you can see that she lost 10 minutes here as well on the first hour of running.
And again, everybody heading off in that same direction for this control. This is Wisniewska's route compared to Steiwer. So look, she was already quite significantly behind at control number 10. There's a 3-minute tail there actually though, so she's lost more time in the intermediate section actually here.
Both of them not really having the best way out from control 10. Both a bit far to the right in running direction. This is Sanna Hotz.
Yeah, Sanna Hotz going to make it
finish.
into the top 3 here. And you can see just kind of compared to Steiwer, losing kind of small sections in the terrain as the race kind of progresses. Maybe it just kind of shows Steiwer's speed at the start. So impressive and really pacing it well. We can also take Helena Carlson into the finish. Great to see her back in the team.
Definitely, you can see that she has still quite good speed here, but 17 minutes behind. She must have done a few mistakes.
Okay, we can catch up with more of our runners who have started. So if you're watching with the live tracking, of course, you'll know that all of these runners have started, but if we play them back, it gives us a good chance to kind of see that first route choice, see what they've been able to do, and see what Caroline Olsen has been able to do. New world silver medalist from the knockout sprint. You can see, obviously, that will have been her huge aim for the season and for the year. So let's see how she's made the transition into the forest. And the moment looks not too far behind Steiwer, but going all the way up the re-entrant, all the way up the valley.
That's still okay, but you can see that Steiwer was really heading to this kind of re-entrant where she got a good way down and then could have the other one up again. Olsen drifting away too far to the left. Now she has to go back. Had it very steep there, not very good executed on this second part of the long leg.
Let's head back to the finish. This is Cécile Coulandry. She is going to come into just about third position. There she goes, just ahead of Hotz. And Cécile Coulandry, I'm just kind of looking back at her route compared to kind of see how much time she has lost. It's kind of difficult to tell because Karsaku's gone so much quicker as well than Steiwer. But small kind of time losses here and there for her. Maja Cianoia then on her way towards split number 1. That was control 14. So in 7th place at the moment. Everly Karsaku still our leader at that point after over an hour run. And she is just reading her control description, reading her map here. You can kind of tell she's almost half made up her mind because she's walking in this direction. And I think she will end up keeping going in that direction as well. Let's have a look at her routes. They're already behind by control number 6.
Then losing a bit more time here all the way. It's good. I mean, technically there is no bigger problems. In my opinion, better executed here compared to Steiwer. You could see that Steiwer drifted quite far to the west. Yeah, but good orienteering at that part.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Agnes Nørgaard from Denmark at control number 17, which is just going to be on the slope up on the left here. 17, nearly 18 minutes down on Steiwer. Every Cossack yet to reach this point. And it looks like this is a refreshment control as well. Hear the beep of the sport ident air.
And very important, like every junior always learns first punch the control and then take the drink. Otherwise, there's a risk that you forget to punch it.
Yeah, very, very important. So he cools down nicely. Then there's another short control to number 18 from here. Okay, let's head back to have a look at our next runner out of the start. Marika Taney she was actually third place, as you can see there, 2 years ago. Very, very different terrain, of course, in Estonia, but she's such a quality forest orienteer, and she'll be, of course, looking forward to this long distance. Just in the final few seconds before her route begins, you can see on her wrist she's got her GPS watch, she's got her 2 timing chips as well. And let's have a look at what she's managed to do so far compared to Steiwer.
Very similar to the first control. Still very similar, of course. That was a GPS mistake there from Steiwer, not a real mistake. Exactly the same route here in the beginning towards control 5. And then here, that's strange. I don't know what happened there. Seemed as if she went back.
No, we just lost her
Maybe.
GPS. It's just stopped working in the valley there. It's, if I still look on the live GPS tracking.
Okay, but she didn't go back at all. I mean, she was up there and then, yeah, I don't know, strange. Let me see the...
Well, hopefully we'll catch up with her at the TV control. But here at split 2, this is Denisa Kosova from Czechia. Look at that gap between Steiwer and Kalondri at that time. If we look back at the kind of finish results, Steiwer has got a 6 minute and 12 second lead ahead of second place Alva Sonnesson at the moment. So, yeah, lots that can
just
be done.
checked the split times. Marika Taney hasn't been at the first radio control. She's 10 minutes late, so something has happened or seems to have happened.
Yeah, hope she is okay. Kosova, though, into second place. She's tipping water over herself. She's really making sure she uses that, and with a lot more haste, of course, than compared to the previous runner we saw through there.
And here we can see now this route back to control 15. Almost all of the runners, I'm not 100% sure, when I checked it before the broadcast started, I think all of the runners have been running this option here. You can see very convenient. Not a lot of climbing, quite a far bit. You can run on a path, get a good entrance, can already check it's almost control 18, 17 and 16. Then turn back again. 17, that's a TV control we have seen now 2 or 3 times in the picture.
I can tell you somebody who hasn't gone the same way as we've just seen from 14 to 15 there. Miritrana Erdem has gone the other way around,
Okay.
but still going to approach the 15th control via 18, 17, 16.
So all the way around to the south?
Yes, she went south of the out of bounds section.
Okay, yeah. For me,
Quite
all
straight.
the way around is to the north.
Yeah. So she didn't go all the way around to the north, she went more direct. Anyway, Johanna Vriedeveld. Let's have a look and see how the start of her race has progressed.
she's already...
Yeah, already behind.
Yeah, 3 minutes behind at control 8. And then she chooses to take this spur there to get the downhill open yellow.
This is Mia Nittinen. And I think she is she's nearly caught up Andrea Svensson, who's already punched just about to punch the 14th control. So really looking good for the Finn at the moment.
This is Andrea Svensson.
Here, she does have a top 20 from the World Champs long distance last year, 19th place for her there. So she ran the long and the relay at that one. She should be here any moment.
The gap at first radio control we had was 2 minutes and 56 seconds. It's quite similar speed here in the second part.
Here she comes, and then we've got this second kind of longer leg here. Let's see how prepared she is. Just double checking her routes there. And I think once we see the later runners, do you think they'll be well more prepared? Do you think they will be stopping at this control?
Well, in fact, they have a map change at control 12, so they don't have very much time to prepare. And it's really, you don't want to make a bad decision there. So I don't think it's a very bad thing if you take a few seconds to double check it. As long as you have seen the different options already, I think that's okay.
Next to have a look at the start of the race, Venla Harju, the defending champion from Finland. It's a very dramatic race a couple of years ago with mistakes being made by some of the favourites, and Venla Harju had the best run obviously on that day. See her there down as the defending champion. She was also 8th in yesterday's middle distance, and looking for more things in this race as well. Let's have a look at her compared to Steiwer. It's a little bit behind the Norwegian at the moment. Oh, and then a completely different way.
Yeah, but at control 4 itself, I think they were almost exactly at the same time. It took her a bit longer to decide the route, I guess, then went to the east, and now we can really see the consequences of it. They were more or less punching together at control 4. The tail still 3 minutes, so she lost 3 minutes here, just been going to the east. And then a bit far to the left here to control 6 as well. There's another minute.
Yeah, so 3 minutes lost all in one go. And can she recover from that? Is it possible to recover from that? She's catching up, clearly.
Yeah, but from control 7 to 10, I think she was able to win back about a minute. So definitely she can. She is so good. She can, compared to Steiwer, I think she can win back time if she executes it well. Here, Steiwer does another small mistake. So, but compared to the runners following later, I think it's going to be tough to just win back time if they don't miss as well.
Yeah, well, we're getting towards the business end of the start list as we head back in towards the finish, and this is the Latvian Elza Kuza on her way. This is the last control. And you can see there that even though she's nearly 8 minutes down, it is going to put her in the top 5 at the moment. Time loss is actually coming between the first and second radio controls, so maybe time loss in the few controls after the first long leg. We've also got Karina Potzer from Austria outside the top 20. 118 women on this start list. Huge teams that can be brought over for these European Championships. And loads of great runners in the terrain. This is Miritrana Erdem, and actually, yes, we said that she had gone a different route on the long leg, and she was going to come here into 3rd place. So actually,
she lost the.
Yeah.
No, because it was compared to.
Kasuku.
Beginning, she's compared to Kasuku. Now she's compared to Steiwer. Yeah, she lost time there.
Yeah.
She was 1.5, a bit more behind, and now she's 4 minutes behind.
Yeah, or if you compare, because Evely Kasuku's punched our pre-warning control for TV2, so she was 3.5 minutes behind. She's now over 5 minutes, 5.5 minutes behind. So lost about 2 minutes, I think, on the route choice or other mistakes there. And just kind of looking across the GPS tracking, there really aren't as many groups forming up as I might have thought. Everyone obviously kind of determined to go their own pace and their own routes here. There's actually, yeah, as we should compare Steiwer and Erdem, see the different routes that they made here. I referenced this a couple of times.
You can see that she decided to take this path, kind of following the border of the forbidden area, then here very stony bit, hard to get down. There would have been the chance as well to go more to the south, almost past control 12, and stay a bit lower and just do the climbing at the very end. That's a 3rd option. You can see that she lost time here. This one, it's mostly to get down there in the stony bit where she lost a lot of time.
This is Victoria Heisler Bjornstad. And
sorry, it was of course to climb up again, not down.
Will be a top 5, I think, here for Heisler Bjornstad. And yeah, you can tell all of her time loss came right at the start of the course, and then her was pretty good from then on in, but it's so hard to recover when you lose 3+ minutes on the route choice early on. It's really, really tricky to be able to do anything with that. So split number 2, control 17 for the women. You see obviously the men's and women's courses going on consecutively here. And we're looking for, in fact, we're looking for 2 women who have been together for a lot of this course. Just as I said, they weren't grouping up too much together. It is Kasuku and Lundenes together here. And Kasuku still going to be in a leading spot then here. The former European medalist in the middle distance. And yeah, you said that middle distance was a better one here, and now she's doing great in the long.
And I think they have already been together at the TV control before, so that means been together for a while now. Yeah, it's a good performance by Kasuku so far. Quite similar speeds for the last half hour compared to Camila Steiwer. You can see it here. She had that gap about 2 minutes. Good entrance to control 11, then trying to avoid climbing here. Different approaches to 12. I don't think it matters too much. They both executed it quite well. Maybe a bit advantage for Steiwer. And then they both went to this option to the west. He had a bit of time here to, not relax, but I mean, to recover a bit by running on the path. It's not a lot of climbing. You get the feeling that you actually get somewhere.
Yeah, and Sandra Grossberger there, who we saw on the picture, was in 12th position at TV2. Back towards the start, Teresa Rotorier. She was 18th at yesterday's middle distance. A bit disappointing for her. So wanting to do better today in this long distance. Taking that and into the forest, and you'll get a chance to see her route choice in this first long leg. See what she has made of it. Still, Camila Steiwer with the direct route has gone the best, and looks like the two of them going very similar at the moment.
Very similar here, then splitting up here. We've seen that quite many times. Steiwer really heading to this re-entrant here, and then to get this one up again as well. Makes it very easy for her to kind of get control 5 then. So has a bit, I think it's a bit better to run up there because it's not that steep in the beginning. Bit far to the left by Roturier to control 6. I can see the gap here. Now around 1.5 minutes. Stable 8, we've seen that now for quite many times, then getting too much to the right here in running direction.
So live then with Roturier now, and actually closing a little bit there on the route up the hill towards 11. See if she's able to make up any distance on the others. Maria Larsson next to start. The Norwegian was 7th in yesterday's middle distance. You can see multiple top 10s at World Championship long distance races. She starts her watch, and we'll see what she's been able to do on the first section of this course.
A different approach, right from control 4. Usually what we've seen before is that she should lose around 3 minutes by going that far to the east. Still has the climb in front of her. You can see that Steiwer almost on top. And it is about 3 minutes she lost. That's Hornig, isn't it?
It looks like it. '96, yes, it is Hornig. Wisniewska started 6 minutes after Alexandra Hornig, and she might be on her way as well. She is indeed. She is also on her way. So Wisniewska is catching up Hornig, but will still be probably a minute and a half before she gets here. See there, Hornig 16 minutes down. The athletes just knowing it's worth investing this time in making sure you properly get a drink and reset and everything before continuing on the course. And it does show, you know, just what that extra distance, that, you know, the characteristics of the course changing between a middle and a long distance. It really tests the endurance skills and the pacing skills on the long distance. Katrin Müller next up towards the finish.
She missed the final yesterday due to a mistake in the qualification. Quite late in the qualification race. Today it's a bit better. It's gonna get into the top 10 here so far.
Yeah, we're going to get in between two of the home runners. She's actually running with Smilikova, and Krak shouldn't be too far behind as well. The group of 3. Let's catch up with Müller's route on the last section.
Haven't seen so much of this yet. There's a possibility to go a bit more straight compared to Steiwer. You can see that executed by Müller. That's quite good. And I mean, we know that the green bits, they're not that much of a disturbance. So I think you can run quite straight in this part. Of course, it's a bit of a risk. You're tired here. If you get to the path, you can be sure that you're on the right way and maybe push a bit harder.
So back at split control number 2, control number 17. We are waiting for Maja Cienoja. Have we seen Wisniewska through that point, or is Wisniewska making a mistake? She's either making a mistake or her GPS has stopped working.
She's been there. Wisniewska, 12 minutes behind in 28th position.
Here's Cienoja. I think Evely Karski is going to end up with a pretty good result here. Not many, well, no runners yet able to match her at all.
Yeah, and it shows how important it is to get a good start, to get a good route. It's so hard to win back those 3 minutes if you have been on the wrong route there. Cienoja was 4 minutes and 19 seconds behind at the first TV control. It's a bit more now, another minute.
We head back to split number 1, looking for Johanna Riedeveld. And Caroline Olsen as well. So Johanna Riedeveld has caught Caroline Olsen by 6 minutes here. So obviously great feedback for Riedeveld. Not so good for Olsen, and you can see Riedeveld is looking really confident. She's well prepared. She knows which way she's going to go.
I think that Olsen did quite a big mistake to 12. I'm not really sure. Just caught that at one point. Seemed to have a strange entrance to control 12 at least.
This is the control before we take the split then for Venla Hayu. And she was already 3 minutes down on Karsaku at the first split. So looks like all that done by the route choice. But maybe caught up a little bit since then. Nisa Kosova in towards the finish. She has lost a lot of time on the last couple of controls here. She's now into 5th spot. Yeah, not happy with that, I think. She was going really well and then has a few problems. I think we're probably going to see them in just a second. Let's have a look.
She was about 4 minutes behind at control 17. Did some S-shaped route here, was better the thing we have seen before by Katrin Müller, but got control 19 well. And then again, where she has been yesterday and the slope didn't have the good direction towards control 20. Of course, a bit due to fact that it has been a long race so far. You have to really force yourself to keep focused and to work with direction at that point.
Hannah Lundberg next at the start, sorry. We've got 4 runners after her on the start list, with a 10th spot in yesterday's middle distance. You can see how she manages to fare over the long distance so far. Again, we do the comparison with Steiwer because she was just so good on this leg from 4 to 5.
Different options here. Lundberg left that re-entrant a little bit earlier, but then got back to the option where we had Steiwer. But you could see that she lost about a minute, just within a few minutes of running. Steiwer did that really well in this section. A pity that she did a few mistakes then at control 8 and then towards control 11 as well.
Yeah, that climb just into the control at the end of that long leg, she's just so strong, and it's really paid off as we follow the Czech Roturier into this control 14. Roturier got married a couple of weeks ago. She was Yana Shikova. Now we're running with a new name. And about to reach this 14th control.
Got married to Maxime Roturier.
Taking a few seconds to plan this one. And then off.
So it was more a double check, I think. She didn't plan the route there. Just trying to catch if she missed anything. So now we're looking at Dürkorn. We've seen that before, so we're looking at Roturier. Don't know why we have Dürkorn in the picture here. Roturier, similar compared to Steiwer up there. Yeah, then got caught within the stones for a short while, but gets a re-entrant a bit more to the west. Also, she loses about 2.5 minutes towards control 5 and was basically on the same route as Steiwer. So it's important to execute it well, not only decide it good from the beginning.
Mary Erdem, it will be second then for the Dane. So second place, nearly 6 minutes slower than Steiwer, but has pulled up a couple of places towards the end then. A good, strong finish for Mary Erdem.
She lost time in the beginning, but since then it was quite solid.
Okay, going back to the start, Natalia Gempler is the next athlete we're going to highlight. Silver medalist from yesterday, and she took a bronze medal. Yeah, she's got bronze medal, silver medal. If you look back at the last 2 races held in pretty similar terrain, so I'm talking World Champs 2021 in Czechia, 2023 World Cup also in Czechia, Česká Lípa. She's got medals in both of those. And for me, if you're looking at the last 4 starters, that's where I really expect the big performances to come from Gempler, Benjaminsen, Abersold and Alexanderson. Waiting for Mia Nittinen at the 17th control.
Was about 3 minutes behind at the first TV control, so lost another 55 seconds.
Yep, and we talk about another one of the favourites. Andrina Benjaminsen is the third last to start. She's third in yesterday's middle distance. Very, very strong and consistent forest orienteer. Is the current world bronze medalist in this discipline from last year's World Championships, held, of course, in Switzerland.
Yeah, and let's see. Now we got both Gempele and Benjaminsen in that comparison. See that Gempele is going to the east and is going to lose time on that. But back with Hanna Lundberg on the way to the first TV control.
Yeah, we can follow her with this running camera, and yeah, this is the 13th control in this little depression here, and the next control is where we get the time check. So I think she could be good enough for going into second place here.
Should be good enough. And here's Eveli Kasiku.
Yeah, I was going to say, where is Eveli Kasiku, and are we going to get a new leader at the finish? I think we might just, but actually it's going to be a lot tighter than I thought it was. She must have lost some time near the end. We'll see what's been going on, because Eveli Kasiku is now fighting to see if she can be the new leader here at the finish and overtake Steiwer, sat in the leader's chair for so long. Yes, it's going to be enough. 10 seconds in the end, and we have a new leader at the finish. Estonia's Eveli Kasiku. She and Ingrid Lundenes have seen a lot of each other around the course today, and that puts Lundenes into third. A great run from both of them, but particularly, of course, from the Estonian, new leading time.
Kasiku was 1 minute and 36 ahead of Steiwer at the second TV control. This be a small mistake here. Didn't seem to have still quite good speed here on the last meters.
So we can still highlight some more of the last athletes. Big favourite for today's race. One of the big favourites indeed is the winner from yesterday. She's also the world champion in the long distance as well, Simona Abersold. Been performing very well in this terrain already, but over, of course, a very technical, complicated, fiddly little middle distance, and now a very different challenge here on this long distance. So our new leader, Eveli Kasiku, gets her GPS removed, gets the download of the splits. It all looks fine, and I'm sure we'll hear from her in just a few minutes' time. Recap here are the standings then at the finish. Eveli Kasiku, Ingrid Lundenes just finished. They slot into first and third, meaning it's very tight with the top two athletes, then a bit of a bigger gap down to kind of the 6-minute mark with Miriam Erdem from Denmark, Alva Sonnesson from Sweden. So still all to play for, with lots of athletes still out in the terrain. This is number 14, and we're waiting for some runners at this point. We're waiting for Andrina Benjaminsen.
I think we're not only waiting for Benjaminsen, I think we're also waiting for Natalia Gempele.
I think we are
behind
indeed.
Benjaminsen.
And
there she is.
Has had a fantastic start. Look at that, almost 3 minutes up, and she's caught a full 3 minutes on Natalia Gempele, who comes into picture, will punch into third place.
We have seen the beginning of the route choice to control 5, where Gempele was on the way to go to the east, so that's where we have the 3 minutes already, given that Benjaminsen went straight. That's Andreas Svensson quitting the race.
So Eveli Kasiku, congrats to a great race. How was it for you out there?
Actually, I felt much better than yesterday. So it was even pretty okay. No idea about the rules, have to analyze them still, but I saw on the way that I was catching some girls, and it felt good. So I hope that I'm doing a good race, but you never know. When you're running, happy to see that I now came to the lead, but of course there's so many strong girls coming behind, so yeah, we'll see the tough fight today.
What were the biggest challenges out there today?
For me, route choices are always really tricky, so these were tricky. Of course, the climb and the heat as well. That was Oh, that was tough, yeah. I'm like,
And how did you prepare for this race?
oh, actually, it was a lot of mental work just to prepare, like play through different route choices, try to play through as many route choices as possible so that whatever comes, I'm ready. And yeah, just mentally to be ready to fight until the end.
Thanks and congrats again.
Thank you.
Great to hear from our new leader, Evelyn Cascu, but I hope you were looking at the left-hand side of your screen as well, because we saw Simona Abersold go into TV control number 1, take a 2-minute lead, and then just a minute later, this is a picture of Tove Alexandersson leaving this control, our last starter today, and
Yeah.
she has gone another 2 minutes in the lead. So Alexandersson, Abersold, Benjaminsen, the top 3 at this point, and look at all
Actually,
of their different route choices as well. This is really
yeah,
interesting.
none of them had a really good route choice except for Benjaminsen. But you could see that Alexandersson just went back again, got it half semi-good to control 5, didn't lose too much time, and that's really where she made the difference compared to Abersold and Gempele. I think they still have approximately the same gaps as they had at control 5, so it's really this route between 4 and 5 that seems to be very decisive in this first part. It's very similar here.
Abersold just
This
looks better
part.
here. She's managed to overtake Benjaminsen. Very, very interesting. So these are the standings then at split control number 1. Tove Alexandersson with a 2-minute lead to Simona Abersold. Another 2 minutes plus later, we have Angelina Benjaminsen. And look, that Eveli Karsaku's time still stacking up nicely. Now all of the athletes have gone through this point. Natalia Gempele, Hanna Lundberg still in the mix as well. You know, if we're thinking they're not too much slower than Eveli Karsaku, our new current leader, and she must have made some mistakes in the end as well, because she was a lot quicker than Camila Steiwer. So we will see how that kind of progresses.
And I mean, interesting now, we know they punched at control 14, TV control. Interesting now to see if all of them go to the north, running around, or if there's anyone going straight towards control 15. I think we only seen Miri Traniodum, who went to the south of this forbidden area.
I can tell you someone else has. Hanna Lundberg has also gone to the south of this forbidden area. Everybody else looks like they're going all the way around. Are you trying to set up some tension
keep the excitement.
Well, you can set the question and I'll answer it. But I think we're going to see a whole group coming together though here. It could be very interesting to see what happens when they all get together. Will they stick together? Will they try and do something different? Alexander Hornick at the finish, taking advantage of the fans. It is a very hot day out there. Ooh, and shoes straight off as well. Ouch. So back at the finish, waiting next for Maija Sienoja from Finland.
Doesn't seem to have a good finish. It's about 5.5 minutes behind Karsaku at second TV control. It's less now, but we also know that Karsaku probably lost a bit in the very end of the course. Sienoja into fourth position, 4 minutes and 50 seconds behind Eveli Karsaku.
Back into the terrain, looking for Grosberger from Latvia. This could well be control 16. Are we around? Yeah, now she's on her way
She's
Punching
on the
out
way
control
to
16, yes, I think,
exactly.
which must
It's
have been
just around the
just kind of
corner.
hidden there. Trees
Yeah.
almost in the way. And then the next one is where we get the punch. It's an opportunity to get some liquid, cool down a little bit. Temperatures in the mid-30s today prove a really, really big test, especially with the athletes based further north in Europe. And into 30th position, 12 minutes down for the Latvian. It's quite a lot of work to do if you're manning that water station today. Some of the athletes have been taking lots and lots of cups, as they should, I think.
So maybe we can see Kaziku's small mistake now in the end. We know that she lost about a minute from control 17 to the finish. Very distinct here, this part, but no bigger mistake. It's 19, good, trying to avoid a bit of the climbing.
Maybe
small
they're
mistake to
slightly a little bit
21.
too high.
Yeah.
It's only small, isn't it? But it's had an impact on her race, certainly.
I don't know if it will matter so much position-wise. The runners coming, the runners in front of her at the second TV control or the first TV control, they were quite far ahead. Yeah, maybe a fight between Gemper and Kasiku. Maybe Hanna Lundberg as well, but Benjaminsen, Abersold and Alexandersson seem to be too far ahead.
Yeah, they do. That was Maya Sienoya into 4th place. And then a recap of the standings. Then Eveli Karsku from Estonia in the lead, just under the 100-minute mark. We're expecting it to get down to a winning time of 90 minutes, so an hour and a half. That is the plan, at least. Camila Steiwer, Ingrid Lundener, Norwegians in the top 3 at the moment. 2 Hungarians as well inside the top 20. Expect they'd be quite happy with that at the moment.
Again, a replay of the route choices of Eveli Kasiku, the leader in the finish, compared to Johanna Riedefeld and Anne Dyrkorn. Now we have Caroline Olsson as well. I think it's going to be interesting towards control. Would have been interesting towards control 12.
No, but we're waiting for a group actually here at control 16. In fact, let's have a little look as we continue towards control 12.
Yeah, you can see that Olsson went all the way around there, I think. Far around to control 12, lost a lot of time. Now running together with Riedefeld. Here we have them.
Yeah, here's this group. So we've got Olsson, Riedefeld together. Coming across, they've just punched control 16. I was going to say, they're together. They're still together because we saw them together at the previous TV control. But
Yeah.
Riedefeld is the quicker
Yeah,
runner
exactly.
of these two.
Yeah, it was exactly after the mistake of Olsson to control 12. They got together, and then they were together at control 14. Now still together at control 17.
So Riederfeld's going to sit in the top 6 at the moment. The two Swedes. Well, I was going to say the two Swedes taking on some water, but actually only Caroline Olsen taking on some liquid there. Riederfeld just looking like she wanted to
You see that she might
drop
have,
Olsen.
but she might carry something with her. I don't know,
Yeah,
and
that's
I
true.
don't remember, so maybe she doesn't need to drink anything there at this point.
And we have quite a few, refreshment controls or refreshment points on the course, so let's head towards the finish. This is one of the athletes we've been keeping a close eye on throughout the race, Mia Nittinen. Just got the last control to go. Here it is. And actually, she's looking for a top 3 at the moment. And she's slotting ahead of Lundinen. I think it looks good. The line is really quite close now. She's just pumping her arms all the way. It's going to be a top 3. So Nittinen, a great performance here from the Finn. Exactly 3 minutes slower than Eveli Karsaku, and I think she's pretty happy with that. Venlahayu then here, this is on her way to control 17. She is the defending champion. Control here, up here on the left picture, on the cliff.
She was about 3.5 minutes behind Eveli Karsaku. The last TV control or split. Now it's still about 3.5 minutes. You can see it here, comparison when they get to control 14 and the route choice. Yeah, not very surprising that they both go to the north. Going that small re-entrant down and then up again. Karsaku passed control 16 at that point. Hari almost passed control 17 as well.
Some great pictures from the finish.
Yeah,
of
and
this nearly 11-kilometer course, and I do love a downhill run-in as well.
And the next runners we're waiting for to the TV control will be Teresa Roturier, then Anne Dürkorn, and then after that we're gonna have the decision. I think we have the comparison here between Karsaku and Nittinen. No, that small mistake there by Karsaku at the very end towards control 21 in a very steep slope in the downhill. This is Teresa Roturier on the way to control 16.
Yeah, you named her just now. As you can see, running along the kind of the top of the ridge here. She's nearly at control number 16. to drop down at exactly the right spot here to meet the control. Just making sure she gets it right, and then
Oh, and
we
that's
might
Tove
be close enough
Alexandersson.
to see. Yes, I was going to say we might see some people running the other way very, very soon. So she is actually on her way to control 15, so the one after the end of the long leg. And that's,
Let's
I
see if
think, is Benny
he's...
Minson as well.
Nah, that was one of the men.
Oh, was it one of the men? Well, no, Benny Minson is on her
But Benny
way.
Minson should be there, just behind. We'll get back to that. Here's Teresa Roturier, and there's control 16.
Yeah, it's just around the corner there. Just going to punch it just out of sight and return back into picture. And we'll get the split time at number 17. Thinking we might have got another runner in the picture there, but not quite. Roturier outside the top 6. Punches the control into 7th place, just under the 5 minutes behind Karsaku.
She was 2.5 minutes behind Karsaku at the first TV control. Now she is 4:48 behind. Sverre Olausen, also on the way to control 17 very soon.
Yeah, she started 3 minutes behind Roturier, so it's caught up a little bit on that. You can see the time there. She could well slot into 3rd place. But this control, these two controls, about to get very, very busy.
Yeah.
There are lots of athletes on their way here.
Well, we will we'll get a small pre-warning and then another group. I think there's one runner coming on her own first.
So Olausen into the 3rd place. Back over the slope towards the next control, the quite close one. But yes, the camera spot is going to wait here because you've seen her name coming up on the screen there. We're looking for Tove Alexandersson, and bear in mind, Tove started last of every single one, and there she is. She has caught up so many people. She has caught up Simona Abersold. She has caught up Benny Minson. She has caught up Gempela. She's caught up Lundberg. That is 4 athletes, and there's 3-minute start intervals as we see the second to last starter, Simona Abersold, drop down here. And I think she will know that Alexandersson has overtaken her.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they've been all together on the long route choice in one group. And interesting, behind Abersold, we'll also have Gempel and Lundberg. So it's really all of the last starters together here towards control 16 and 17. But first of all, Tove Alexandersson.
And whoa, she's got a whole 10 minutes on Karsaku, and she will have more than 3 minutes on Abersold.
She's very eager to get away before the others come and approach the controls, and no time for drinking pause.
No, she really wants to drop them and completely lose them. As we try and look through the terrain for the chasing athletes, we know there's lots to come. So this is Benny Minson. We see she goes into the second place there, and Abersold goes into 2nd again.
For those athletes now, it's not as important to get away quickly. They know they're not going to take Alexandersson. So for Abersold, it's important to stay together with Benjamins and have her under control, because as long as they are together, she's going to get the silver medal. This is Lundberg and Gempele.
You see Lundberg like kind of long way down in terms of minutes, but still will actually be in 6th spot, or about to be pushed down into 7th by the time that Gempele punches this control as well. So, I mean, this is, I don't know, I was going to say this is very unusual, but I'm trying to think back, because essentially the last 5 athletes here have all grouped up.
We have seen that
a long running train, but it's pretty much,
we have
they're
seen
really
that a
very
few
close.
times, especially in the men's races. And now we have seen that she almost forgot to punch the control. We've seen that, for example, in Czech Republic 2021, where Kasper Fosse caught all of the runners. Or I think it was in Sweden 2016 when Olav Lundenes caught all the other runners, or many of the other runners, and then I had all the medalists coming to the finish together.
So it almost becomes a bit like a relay now, you know,
But I mean,
relay a situation with all of them running
no,
together, but Alexanderson has 3 minutes advantage over
yeah, but
Abersold.
it's not really the relay situation, because here you know your position. You know that if they come together to the last control, it's Alexanderson ahead of Abersold and Benjaminsen, no matter who's first to the finish. But I think one of the reasons why you have such a big group now, and maybe didn't have that so often before in the women's race, is that it's 15 minutes longer. It's a longer race, so they have more time to group up. So maybe not the biggest surprise.
Yeah, they
But
pretty
yeah,
much
it's
hit
many
their,
of the runners.
yeah, I was going to say they pretty much hit the 75-minute winning time that we used to have. So it's about it's about this distance, and yeah, those gaps in physicality are going to show even more now. But those are standing, so big time gaps, because they had 3-minute start interval and they've grouped back up together. So a lot of these athletes at multiples of 3 in the gap. It's Alexanderson has caught up Abersold, they've both caught up Benjaminsen, they've both caught up Gempele. Everly Castle, who's still in the top 6, so that's very strong for her, and Hannah Lundberg as well was one of those
Slightly
athletes.
different routes out from control 18. It's going to be I mean, you can still do mistakes in the very end, towards control 20 or even 21. You could lose direction in the green here, but as long as you're working with the compass, you should be fine, because you have so many tracks on the way to kind of double check your direction.
Yeah, and in fact we have seen quite a few like small mistakes, like we were talking about Castle earlier at control 21. Again, it gets into more of that middle distance terrain that we saw from yesterday, and people dropping down, you know, making mistakes in that section because they don't want to drop as far as they need to, because they don't want to have to then reclimb that height again. So yeah, anything could happen still.
Here we have it. We can see that Alexanderson is a bit more to the north, or the south of the line between 18 and 19. We have those, 2 groups chasing Alexanderson, Abersold and Benjaminsen, and then Lundberg and Gempele. There are a few runners who will get to the finish first before we have this group there. Still waiting for Sandra Grossberger, Johanna Riedefeld, Caroline Olsson, and Vendla Harju, and then also Teresa Roturier. I think Marie-Jo Lausen should be somewhere as well.
Yeah, I noticed Maria Lausen's GPS, I think, has stopped working, which is why she's not in that group. Yeah, and Alexanderson just needs to make sure she's not going to make a kind of direction mistake like she did on yesterday's middle distance. But luckily, at least at this point, this is pretty much all the climb done. was definitely a little bit of relief there, I'm sure. With over 600 meters of climb in an
It definitely
11K.
is, but now you have kind of the possibility to relax a little bit. You have, I mean, you're running, of course, but you can use direction. It's not as tough to run here as it was before, but then you have to refocus towards control 20 and 21. You mentioned it before. It's kind of a similar uh, task as you had yesterday, but it's a 15,000 map. It's harder to see the features on the map. You're very tired after 80, 90 minutes of running, so you have to be very, very careful when you approach control 20 and 21. This is Andreas Svensson. We know that she retired from her race. If she tried to see if there's any injury or anything. It's hard to say. Yesterday it didn't look so good when Gustav Bergman came to the finish, but then it wasn't any problem anyway.
I do love her effort at making sure she punched the last control, even
Yes.
though she's clearly retiring. But Sandra Grossberger is here into the finish. Yeah, again, a struggle for her out into 33rd.
You could see that the
And what?
Swedish coach, Kalle Dahlin, was waiting there just by the exit. Here's a comparison between Kasiko and Grossberga on this route. Oh, different approaches. That's the Trani Ödum option, going down there, then having to climb up through the cliffs and rocks. And here we have the group with Riedefeld and Olsson.
Yeah, so Olsen pushed her way into the front here, but we're really looking at Riedefeld because she's going to look to make it in the top 6 at the moment. Flies down the slope there, and the two Swedes. They've seen a lot of each other on this course, and they can cross the line. Riedefeld, though, the athlete with a better time, into 5th place.
Into 5th place, but we have still quite many runners to come. We have Vendla Harju, Marie Olausen, Hanna Lundberg, Natalia Kemperle, Andrine Benjaminsen, Simona Ebersol, Tuve Alexandersson, and they were all ahead of Johanna Riedefeld at the second TV control. I think that this is Vendla Harju. Yeah.
Next one in towards the finish. And Venla Harju, she's looking for a top 3 spot here. Yeah, it looks like she will slot into this big gap between Steiwer and Nittinen, push her fellow teammate Nittinen out of the top 3. And actually, yeah, maybe catching some time on Ebony Karsaku. Yeah, definitely in the latter stages of this race. Obviously, we know there'll be the finish from Harju, and a good speed across the line, all the way through to the line itself. Plus 144 in the end for Venla Harju. The Finn, she was 8th yesterday. Could maybe a similar result. Let's have a look at the comparison then, because I think she's going to gain some time on Karsaku here.
I mean, we know that Kasiko did a small mistake at 21. You see a slightly different approach by Riedefeld, attacking control 19. You can also feel that the runners start to get tired when they're really running and take the corners on the path.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same thing. She also had a super, attack the control from the south, and you can just tell that she feels like she might be able to make a mistake. She just wants to keep everything super easy. The standings, though, with kind of that group of 5 who've all been catching each other up, still to come in and really shake things up in this mix. Everly Karsaku has had a good long time this afternoon at the top of the standings on the leader's chair as well. That's how it looks at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, still a very good result for Camila Steiwer. Knowing that she had a tough time yesterday, really good comeback today. Didn't suffer from bad confidence, even though she had many mistakes yesterday. Had a great run, very good route and execution to control 5 especially. and still in second position now in the finish.
Yeah, and yeah, very, very, very well rewarded. It's so hard to know, how your race is gonna stack up. And I reckon no, not very many more minutes now before we get.
I would say
And I think we
two and
could
a
be
half,
under
3
our
minutes.
90-minute winning time as well, or very close to it.
I think we will be under.
Yeah, I think we'll be under by a couple of
I mean,
minutes. At most.
Kasiku was 10 minutes behind, and her finish time is 99:55. So yeah, that will make it. Let's see. Yeah, I think we are going to get under 90.
Yeah, and those three we see Alexanderson, Abersold, and Benjaminson will end up being our top three.
Yeah, I can also see that
Very clear.
Lundberg struggles a bit keeping the pace of Gamperle. If the GPS is 100% right. No problems for Alexanderson at control 20. So there's now basically one control left where you have to do some navigation work.
Yeah, and then from 21, it's quite a short distance to jump onto the path in the bottom of 3 entrant and then make your way the whole way down the hill.
It was very, very decisive. This long route to control 5 was basically where Alexanderson already made the difference between her and Abersold. Was, I would say, 1.5, 2 minutes quicker there.
And we've had the punch then at that second to last control for Alexanderson. She has made it there, and she's 14 minutes quicker than Everly Cascu at this point. Such is the gap between maybe these kind of top 4, I'd say, and then the rest of the field. And you can see a lot of the spectators getting their flags ready, looking to welcome Tove Alexanderson. Here she is. She's here already, in towards the finish.
Smiling.
She's seen everyone. She knows it's a good race for her today. She put aside all of those demons from her middle distance race yesterday, where she said nothing really went right, but pretty much everything has gone right today. By coming into the finish with one of the hugest margins I have ever seen. She has caught up so many. She's going to be the European champion once again.
And definitely under 90 minutes.
Yes, definitely under 90 minutes. The 85. Teresa Roturier into the finish here. She's going to be outside the top 6. We'll be lucky to end up in the top 10 here, the Czech athlete. And we've got a few more still to come to the finish, of course.
The margin was big compared to Kasiku. It won't be that big compared to Simona Abersold. But here we have Marie Olausen and Andrine Benjaminsen.
Yeah, and I'm not sure where Abersold is, but this is Benjaminsen should be coming in here for a 3rd place overall.
And I think Abersold will just come behind, a few seconds behind Olausen. She knows that she's gonna get this silver medal.
Yep, so it's a bronze medal then for Benjaminsen on the floor there, and a silver here for Abersold, who can punch the air on the way to the run-in in the end.
And I mean,
4 minutes slower than Alexanderson.
He was talking about that yesterday, that it was her task today to reload, to come back after the victory and have a good race today as well, because she struggled doing this earlier, and I think today that was quite a good race. She didn't have the best route to control 5, but beside that we didn't see any bigger mistakes or anything, and it is a silver medal, so definitely she definitely managed to do so.
Yeah, I think she can definitely tick off her aims there for the championships. So say that's a success. And Grentova for so long has been dominant over the long distance as well. It's you feel the discipline that she can really, excel at so much and use her physical strength, her determination, her endurance as well. Natalia Gempela is going to be outside the top 3 here today, but she does look like she'll get onto the podium. Here she is, the Swiss athlete, Russian turned Swiss athlete. It's going to be a 4th place for her. And by virtue of them all having called each other up, those gaps between those top 4, pretty massive ones there. But Gempela into 4th place. It's hard to know whether you're going to be super satisfied with that. I mean, you go 4th, I mean, it's still a decent result, but to have been caught up so much time by the others, that's, quite demoralizing to have that happen to you on the course.
For her, it was already she already got the feedback at the 5th control that she's caught by Andrine Benjamins, and she knew that she's 3 minutes behind. I think she gets an idea about that if Benjamins is able to catch 3 minutes on the way to the 5th control, then she's going to lose compared to the others as well. And it's hard to finish, to keep really motivated and keep on fighting on a long distance when you kind of have the feedback at control 5 already. That's very early into the competition. So, well, yeah, she will be happy. I think she will be satisfied with this 4th position, given the fact that it was the route choice to 5 that kind of destroyed her race.
So waiting for Hannah Lundberg here, and she again was caught up, but you could just kind of sense on this last stage she was kind of struggling with the speed, didn't have the pace of quite the others. You can see she's just going to be, in fact she's going to be probably down in 8th place, I think, there, with Olausson going in ahead, and Steiwer then with a great result is going to be rewarded with a top 6, and so too Evely Karstengu.
Yeah, and Hannah Lundberg, you mentioned it earlier. I thought that we were going to see it on the GPS, but she went straight there as well between 14 and 15 and lost quite a lot of time doing this.
And maybe lost quite a lot of energy as well.
Yeah, of course.
Taking all those ups and downs. So it was 9th place in the end for Hannah Lundberg, and that is pretty much everybody in, so we can of course confirm those top 3. Tove Alexanderson with another win, Simone Abersold into silver medal place, and Andrina Benjaminsen into 3rd. I mean, they were the last 3 starters, and I think on paper as well, maybe Gempela accepting, are really the ones we would have expected to take the medals today.
I think that Gempela asked her why she went straight there between 14 and 15.
Why did you possibly think that was a good idea?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this will be a 10th European Championships gold over, up to 10 gold medals in the European Champs to add to her 21 in the World Championships. You can see then the top 20. Any names you want to pick out of there?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it before, Camila Steiwer, a little bit of a comeback here this week at the European Championships. She has been away from the World Cup for a few years. Great performance with a 6th position. Evely Karstengu, of course, good result again at the European Championships. Ingrid Lundanes quite far up as well. Is running together with, I think it was Karstengu for quite a long time, so maybe not that surprising with this result. But otherwise, I mean, if we look at the top 4, for example, there's no surprise at all. All the runners here in the comparison, beside Karstengu maybe, because I mentioned it before, not that good results so far in the long distance, or at least better results in the middle distance, so maybe a bit surprising that she finishes 5th today. We had that very decisive leg to 5. We could see that earlier. Then here, just before the map change at control 12, Alexanderson started to get contact with a few of the others. And then I think about here, they were all together. You can see that's almost 3 minutes between all of the runners. Then at this point, Alexandersson got ahead of the others. I think the gap at control 17 was around 30 seconds. I mean, in the live picture, of course. And we couldn't see any mistake, basically, by Tove Alexandersson throughout the whole course. Very, very solid performance. And not so much to compare here. We know that most of them were running together on this second part of the course. Yeah, interesting one. To keep the excitement, I think it would have been good to have the long leg first, but let's hear from Tove.
We know that you've been looking forward to get back into the forest. Yesterday was not really what you expected, but you had a revenge today. How does it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. I really enjoyed running yesterday. I really liked the terrain, but I felt that I wasn't used to it, and I had a lot to learn to improve. And I took something with me to today and could definitely do a much better race. And this kind of long distance I really enjoy. So it was really tough out there, both the route choices, the orienteering and physically, but I really like when it's challenging.
Yeah, and you must have been quite strong. You caught up to all of the competitors ahead of you. How did it feel when you caught up to them and passed them?
Yeah, it was a really good feeling. First I hadn't seen anyone, and then I just see everyone at the same time, and I felt that I was a bit stronger than them and could run away from them directly, but had some hesitations also in the end and did some small mistakes, but no big ones. So yeah, I really like this terrain, but I still feel that it's a lot to learn, but I'm really looking forward to run the World Championship in this area. So yeah, I really enjoyed it today.
For the people at home, what would you say makes this terrain unique?
It's really tough physically, but you also have some parts where you can run fast, and then you have these really steep areas, and the orienteering is really tricky, and the route choices is really hard. It has a bit of everything, so I really like it.
And how do you recharge from a day like yesterday to a day today where it's very warm and this kind of atmosphere?
I think it was okay yesterday. It was not too warm, and I think I could recover quite well. So of course it didn't feel good today, but I don't think anyone felt good today. So it was just to fight the whole way.
Congratulations to the new medal.
Yeah, thank you.
10th European Championships gold then for Tove Alexandersson. And honestly, we should do like some sort of comparison between some of her early interviews, say going back to like her first World Champs titles in 2016 to seeing how she talks today, because she really has been able to give us a really interesting insight into her race, and what I love seeing on her face is her enjoyment of the race, her enjoyment of the sport, and of being in the forest of this course.
Yeah, and I mean, in some way you can also feel that, maybe the European champs haven't been the most important race for her this season. She was very relaxed already yesterday. I could kind of feel that, the result was not what I expected, but I mean, I didn't prepare as I should, so I can accept it. And you could feel that today as well. She was very happy that she could learn something yesterday, take it with her today, and that she could enjoy the race today.
Yeah, and even though she feels there's still more to learn about this terrain, she talked about World Champs, that's 2027. She's looking 3 years ahead. So clearly she's still quite a young athlete, clearly no plans to retire anytime soon. And you'd think, Tove has done pretty much everything in this sport. She's nearly at the same number of medals as Simone Migli as well. So, but clearly wants to still be around and competing at the top level in 3 years' time. And feels like she's got more to learn about this terrain, and I think quite a lot of people have got some more to learn about this terrain, but it's really exciting to see that she's still is hungry for more success.
Yeah, and I mean it is a bit of difference compared to about 2 or 3 years ago. Now she really has to show good performances in order to win. I think 2 or 3 years ago she could do 5 minutes mistake and still win it by 2 minutes. Nowadays, if she's not running perfectly, you have Simona Abersold, you have Natalia Kempele, you have Andrine Benjaminsen, and I think that she likes that as well. She likes that competition. She likes to be challenged by the others, and it's good for her. It's good for us to follow as well.
Championship Orienteering Sport 2024. The flowers will be presented by 2 times world champion Katalin Ola.
So we go straight on to the flower ceremony then for these top 3. And Andrine Benjaminsen will get her second bronze medal of this competition. She's become very, very consistent. I do think, you know, there's a day that could be her day. She could take a win, like we've seen Simona Abersold do as well. Simona maybe achieving her ultimate aim for these European Championships, backing up yesterday's win with a silver medal, managing to recover both physically and mentally. But Tove Alexandersen improving from 4th place yesterday to take another European title, another gold medal around her neck, and again, just the enjoyment and enthusiasm for her sport that she's able to bring. And obviously, when you catch up so many people and catch up on all of them all together and then be able to run away from them as well, it's very, very satisfying. Those are the top 3. Tove Alexandersen, Simona Abersold and Andrine Benjaminsen on the top of the podium. On this first long distance with the equal winning times to the men, or equal expected winning times. Tove Alexandersen went quicker in about 85 minutes and 43 seconds. So whilst that race has been going on, we've already had the first half of even more than half of the men's race as well. Lots and lots of men. A extortionately long start list of 152 men heading out into the terrain, ready and competing on this same course. Loads and loads. It's incredible to see just this many competitors taking to the forest for, again, a hugely long challenge. All these route choices, all the slopes, all of the climb, and they've been starting for a good many hours already throughout the day. First starts at about 10 o'clock local time, and for the men, this competition is later. It's only going to get warmer for them. Those tricky conditions, meaning that you really do need to use those refreshment controls to their advantage as well. But this maybe this crowd will kind of recover from the women's race as well, get supporting their runners on the men's race too. And we'll have a little look at the stats for the race. Nearly 14 kilometres for the men, and again, look at that climb, 850. Start interval has been 2 minutes, but as we get into the fastest athletes, the red group as you might call it, we get that slightly longer start interval at the 3 minutes. So let's have a look at the course then. We'll be able to give you an indication of the challenges that they're going to face on this course. Jonas, let's have a look in detail then.
Yeah, and it's quite a similar course. Again, when it comes to the idea behind it, we have those short controls to control 4, then you have a long leg to control 5. It's not exactly the same control. This control is a little bit behind in the slope behind, so you can actually approach it from the east through that valley. And I think it is still faster to go straight, but you won't lose as much if you come from the valley from the east. Then 6-7, you have the possibility to go to north. I think that's quicker. 9-10, interesting. In the beginning of the competition, they were quite quick going all the way around to the south. Let's see how that developed. Then again, at control 16, the first TV split. And then as we had in the women's race. It's exactly the same leg, 16 to 17, with the route choice north of this forbidden area. Then second TV control at control 19, slightly longer loop out from 19 towards the arena. We have 20 again in the slope, 21, 22, and then we get in the final downhill to control 23 and 24. So it is a long course for the men as well, a very decisive leg, again to control 5. But as I said, I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it could be a bit less decisive, whether if you go straight or if you go to the right there. Let's take another look into the terrain. We get another indication here, not really a route choice, but we get a feeling about how it looks like in the forest. Tove Alexandersson mentioned it. Runnability is mostly good, but it's still tough, especially in the uphills like this one here. Maybe try to keep an eye on the green bits. We'll have one just here. To the left, you can see they're not that green in terms of that the leaves are out. It's just a little bit more dense. And here, when you run from control 3 to 4, of course, you have time to prepare this route choice, because control 4 is a rather easy one. You can just follow the re-entrant up here. You will see the control quite early, but then it's important that you have taken a decision when you leave control 4 towards control 5.
Yeah, and you can see the obstacles in the runnability, not really kind of vegetation on the floor, but more like branches you have to duck around and behind. So maybe a lot of time spent bent double.
These are the different options. We have seen that. I think you can exit control 4 in the blue option and then turn to the red option as well. That might be even a little bit better. And then you could, instead of keeping to the blue one, you could stay below there in the end and approach the control from behind. That would make that you have a kind of a light uphill towards control 5, and the last meters you almost get the path up there as well. But you can see it, I mean, climbing wise, again, you don't win that much if you go on the blue one. I still think it's better to go straight.
So we will see then. We were going to catch our last runners on this long leg section and see whether we think going straight is still the better option. It's going to be really interesting to see. And of course, we can look through the middle and latter part of the start list, and any names you want to pick out of this list, Jonas.
Yeah, I mean, it's much more difficult to pick the favorites in the men's race. We know that. I tried to have an eye on the GPS before in order to see if someone went to the right already, to figure out if I can kind of leave someone aside early in the competition. But I think, I mean, of course, Kasper Foster has been very strong always in this kind of terrain. If you think back to the Czech Republic, the World Championships, he was just outstanding in this when he had this kind of challenge. Back in that race, Emil Svensk had really big struggles in the beginning of the course. It was back in, I think, 2021. But then on the second half, he was the fastest runner, actually. So he is really able to do a good race in that kind of terrain as well. Riekborn has been proving at the World Championships that he is in good shape. Hadorn, we know that he is strong in the uphills. I'm curious about the shape of Olioja now as well. Yeah, that might be the names I would pick out. Gustav Bergman struggled yesterday. Was a bit complaining at Uringen about his shape, physical shapes. I'm not really sure if this is the right competition for him. Bonek can do good as well. So there's so many names on my list.
Yeah, there's so many names. Let's talk about the current leader at the finish, Isak Jonsson from Norway. He is currently sitting on the leader's chair in his time of 106 minutes 49 seconds. So If things were to form, we could see runners 15 minutes or plus quicker than that time of Jonsson. But he is our current leader. You can see him there, the new world champion in the KO sprint. Rankan is into second place, but over 3 minutes down. Oxenden as well, also a good sprinter, into third place. But loads still to play for, with our, some of our best athletes only just making it out into the terrain, some of our last starters, and then it's an hour before we will see them at our first kind of radio control and our first TV control as well. So what we're going to do is we're going to do very similar to the women's race and kind of take a little recap of some of our later runners who have already started, so it gives us a little bit of a chance to see their routes towards that first long leg and see how the start of their races kind of matched up. So we can take a look at Mika Camila here, and he is heading out of the train. You can see multiple top 10 results for him. That's good in yesterday's race, but he will enjoy this return to the forest, and we can compare him then against our current leader at the finish. So we compare him against Isak Jonsson.
And interesting now to see if we can get an indication about, yes, we can, if it's much slower or if it is slower at all to go to the right here to control 5. Jonsson going all the way up there in the re-entrant. We know that Camila Steiwer, for example, was quite quick when she went down the re-entrance earlier, and you can see it here. If you go all the way around and attack the control from below, I think it's quite good, but I also think that Jonsson might not have had the perfect execution to control 5, so maybe about the same if you go straight or if you go to the right. This is Martin de Riekborn.
Yep, he is the defending champion. He was having such a good race yesterday in the middle distance, and then absolutely made about a 6-minute mistake right at the very end and just threw his whole race away. Ended up in 23rd. So you can feel like this man's got a lot of potential, and obviously if he does what Camila Steiwer did and kind of takes revenge from yesterday's race, then he could be inspired to put in a good performance.
And I think it was a bit strange because it felt that if he just had a bit of a feeling of the distance, it should not happen. Oh, there's a mistake to control 3 already. About 1.5 minutes. Then going swell a bit to the right. Again, we compare him to Jonsson. I think Jonsson should cut over and stay on the line a bit to the south compared to where he went. Riekborn also going all the way around and attacking the control from below. But we know that Riekborn did a mistake towards control 3, so that's why he's still behind.
Their times look quite equal, I think, on that long leg. It'd be really good to see, as you said, like someone going straight and executing it a little bit more like Steiwer did, because then I think you can really see a fast time going straight. But we'll have to wait and see. We've got some other quick runners who've posted some good times, so actually faster than Isak Jonsson on the first part. So hopefully we'll start doing the comparison towards them. Thomas Krivda, 4th place in yesterday's middle distance, just off the medals. So clearly in some good shape and enjoying this terrain. We've talked many times about how similar it is to Czech terrain. So, and if we just seen this map by itself, we think it could well be on the Czech Republic. The nature of the stones, actually, the cliffs and rocks are a bit different, but really quite similar to home terrain for Krivda.
And again, Krivda going all the way around. Hard to see if he actually used the re-entrant there.
So I think we just lost his GPS in the valley at the bottom then, but very similar.
So it's hard to say if he went straight up or if he went a bit to the right around. Given the fact that he's just behind Jonsson, I think that he actually took the re-entrant to the right as well.
So live with Krivda there, and we can grab our way towards the first split, because Max Petter Bejmer is on his way. And I tell you what, the Swedish athlete has been running really, really well at this point of the race. This is the control before it. And we'll get the time check at the next one. He's been pre-warned in a good position. This is the control where we get the time check. Control number 6
We know that at the pre-warning to the TV control, Fabian Abersold was actually there's something strange with the split times there. So forget about what I said, what I just said. Max Peter Bämer in the lead at this first TV control.
Yeah, very strong start then for Max Peter Bämer. Hopefully we can see his route and see what has gone just so well. Let's compare him then with Jonsson.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see now. We know that he has a good time in the beginning. A bit unnecessary to go up through the green there. I think there was Jonsson better just out from control 2. Different approaches again. Also Bämer going to the right. Yeah, I mean, the big difference compared to the women's race is that the women, they actually had to climb up there, straight up on the hill, because their control was located on the very top of the hill. The men, they can go around, and that makes it more likely that you go to the right and that you don't lose time. Similar or exactly the same route to control 7. It will be interesting to see what they do to 9. So both of them going to the north all the way around. I think that's a good option if you execute it well. Among the early starters, it was good to go to the south as well, but I don't think that they went all the way and almost past control 7 on the way out from 9. Was Bämer all the way up there? Maybe just a GPS struggle.
I think he's punched the women's control.
Women's control, yeah.
There's a women's control. Number 11 is on the top of that hill. Didn't he miss punch in yesterday's race as well?
It's a good question. I actually don't know. I have to look it up. But yeah, he definitely punched the women's control.
Yeah, he mispunched in the
11.
he mispunched yesterday as well.
I mean, either that or the GPS was very wrong, but it looks, given the fact that Jonsson's GPS was good and going all the way, I think there is a big risk for Max Peter Bämer that he is disqualified.
Yeah, I think he is. If you see where 13 is on the men's course, the women's number 11 was on the yellow hill
just
to the
before.
northeast of that control 13. It's like a parallel feature, pretty much.
Yeah. This comparison here doesn't tell us very much.
Back at the finish, Akseli Ruohola. So we recap then our top 1, 2 and 3, Isak Jonsson, Ricardo Rankan and Teemu Oksanen. But now it will be 3rd place for Akseli Ruohola. Just under 5 minutes down on Isak Jonsson. This is one of the silds. It looks like it's Timo Sild. The two of them are really quite close together in the terrain. They've almost kind of caught each other up. In fact, I'm trying to see, yes, Timo Sild's nearly caught Lauri Sild up. You may as well see his brother in the distance. And again, a big route choice for the men here. Seems to have already decided. You can see just really trying to take a good look at the map there.
So here we have the comparison between the Sild brothers. Similar route choices. But then Lauri went all the way up there, straight up, and you can see how much time he lost, almost 3 minutes, I would say. Different routes to control 10, that was what I was talking about. I don't think he lost so much time here. And then also Laudisild, I think he punched the women's control there before at control 13.
I think we could see quite a few people doing that. We had a lot of men mispunching in the middle distance, and I think we could see the same again. We really need to keep an eye on this control, I think, Jonas, to try and spot if anybody else does exactly the same thing. So I think we could seriously be in danger of that. As we see Albin Riederfeldt, yesterday's bronze medalist, heading out into the terrain. Elias Jonsson next to make it to split number 2.
So Elias Jonsson was 4 minutes behind Isak Jonsson at the first TV control. So here's the comparison between two Jonssons, Elias and Isak. Very similar to the fourth control, then different route choices. And actually, Elias lost a bit of time here.
Erik Langadal Breivik next up on
yesterday's winner.
Number 1. And yeah, exactly. European champion in the middle distance. And you can see there into 4th place. But we think we have to take Max Petter Bejme out of the equation. Let's compare Breivik.
Yeah, Breivik climbing quite a lot there. But yeah, I think if you go to the right, you can stay a little bit lower in the slope. I've seen better executions there earlier. Now keep an eye on control 13. If he's gonna go all the way. Yeah, he was hesitating as it looked.
Yeah, he stopped there, didn't he?
Control. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very interesting. As you know, there aren't many controls out in the forest. You've still got to be aware not all of them are on your course. Janis Bonek next to start. He, again, was one of those ones, did not have a good run yesterday, not finishing the course. And we can bring him the comparison with Isak Jonsson.
That he is really staying low in the slope. If you compare that to the runner before, actually climbing a lot. But now we don't really see if it's paying off or not.
Back to the start then, we focus on another of the athletes, one who nearly had a fantastic race yesterday, but missed out of control. He said his legs were there, but not his brain. That's what he said on his social media afterwards. Daniel Hubman, a legend of the sport, go out and again try and put in a better performance than yesterday. Again, he's got all of the experience. Let's see what he does then. Now he goes much further to the left, taking this track.
I haven't seen that before. Then going up there.
Oh.
Yeah, interesting. Doesn't lose
Oh.
time compared to the others, at least.
No, I was hoping we could see the end of that route there, because that's really, really interesting as Martin Rooney comes into the finish, and Aho as well. He's like he's going to go into 4th spot.
Well, I think he was just slightly quicker compared to Jonsson.
Yeah, I would have said the same. Look, Marti as well. 20 minutes down. Still Isaac Jonsson with that leading time. Maybe just happy to be done. Happy to be finished. Trying to grab some shade where you can. This looks like Victor Svensk, I think. It is indeed. 8th
and
place
that's
from yesterday.
interesting because he has had a good start into the competition.
That's control 15. The next one is where we'll get the time check. You can just see how, easy on the flat bit. The running is so good. And these athletes make it look so easy as well. Yeah, and it's good. He goes ahead of Bejma, ahead of Abersold, so our new leader then at control number 16, Victor Svensk.
We have to double check if he was all the way to control 13, but I think I've seen it before that he was all the way there.
Yes, I do have the GPS tracking up, and I keep having a little look at control number 13 now that so many people have had troubles with it. But actually, remember we saw Fabian Abersold, because you're discounting Max Petter Bejma, he was in 2nd place then at control number 16. Let's see how it matches up a little bit later on around the course.
Just before the control, went down a bit too early into the slow. Yeah, now I think he's entering the picture there, punching the control right there.
Yeah, going up to control. You're right, he did drop in too soon. These little micro errors.
Yeah, but I think he lost a little bit of time here towards control 18. He went down too early, was at the wrong crack. But compared to Jonsson, he's still almost 2.5 minutes quicker. Was 4 minutes ahead. Isak Jonsson at the pre-warning to the TV control, so he lost about 1.5, a bit more than 1.5 minutes.
And punching the control here.
Taking a chill first.
Oh, I think our timings are a little bit off. The synchronization between the pictures and the kind of timing. So still nearly the 4 minutes.
Yeah, 3.5 it was.
Yeah, so maybe this is where Jonsson has just made a mistake here, and then I think a lot of people are going to get ahead of him now if they do the right route choice. I mean, as in going all the way around to control number 17.
Yeah, I mean, we have to see how much time you lose there in the men's race. It's not always the fact that if you lose time in the women's race that you also lose the same amount of time in the men's race. And now we have Abersold with a mistake there just before the TV control as well. So it's a bit hard to compare between the two of them. But let's compare Jonsson to Bergman. Different routes here. Again, we have seen many of the men going to the right. Bergman climbing a lot, almost passing control 14. Yeah, and you can see it was not very good. I mean, he doesn't lose a lot of time, but I think he is about 40-50 seconds behind. Should stay a bit longer. I mean, in the end, he did almost 50 meters of climbing that he could have avoided.
How about Sansada Itzmo? That with him on. Maybe just getting stuck in a little bit of the green areas on the way into this control.
So one of the runners who missed, I think it was the third last control yesterday, he was not satisfied at all when he came to the finish. I missed the control before, right? Control 15?
Yeah, I think that's where we saw him kind of stumbling around. You could tell he was slowing down. He knew the control should be very close, but he was just a little bit too far to the left. Yes, and had to come back and get it as well. And sometimes it's the camera operator's like, yeah, I'm not going to follow you anymore, you're going in the wrong direction. But yeah, certainly lost another significant chunk of time to be outside the top 10. And then preparing this route choice leg 16 to 17. Same as the women's.
So that's a replay. And the comparison between Jonsson and Eidsmo. See that he is, 2.5 minutes behind at control 6. And taking another route here. It's, still around 250, 245. Going all the way to the control, that was good. Yeah, and someone who didn't go all the way to the control, but we could see Max Peter Beyman now on the way to the second TV split.
So I think he'll still be in with a pretty good time. We know Abasol lost a little bit to this control.
Yeah, and of course we can't guarantee that he wasn't at control 13, but it looked very much as if he wasn't there.
Yeah, you absolutely shouldn't be punching controls by GPS.
No. And I mean, yeah, if he wasn't there, I'm quite sure it is about a minute to go to control 13 and get back again. So it's if you punch the women's control, it's quicker for sure. So the gap wouldn't be that big.
Making sure he punches the control before getting on the fluids. 57 seconds. But we're asking questions. I think he got the wrong control at 13. Stopped on a hill just to the northeast of the control, but we know there was the women's control number 11. We don't think he's the only one who's done that either, so it's going to be some bad news, I think, for Beymer when he gets to the finish.
I can see. Isak Jonsson had to climb up there, very steep hill through the stones. And this is Joey Hadon. I was talking about it before. That's really a kind of terrain that could suit him. Many tough climbings to tackle.
Yeah, he does love those hills. Well, maybe doesn't love them. He's certainly very good at them. And he knows that he's one of the quickest on the hills as well. There's still a relay. I can't remember what it was. Maybe it was in Switzerland, in fact, where I think it was a pre-World Champs race in Switzerland.
It was in Davos.
Yeah, exactly. Where he just climbed up on the relay and caught up so many teams with his climb up the slope. And yeah, that was really, even if I can't remember exactly where it was, that occasion will stick in my mind.
Now he is going through that re-entrant, not exactly the same route as Steiwer in the women's race, but still quite a solid one. But then I think 6-7 he goes line, going down and up again. I haven't seen that yet, so it'll be interesting to follow then. But he is there now live, so we don't really know yet.
No, we don't we? Have to wait and see. This is standings at split number 1, so this is control 16. You're checking it out on the GPS tracking as well. Victor Svensk in the lead. Max Petterbehm question marks around his time. And at the finish here, waiting for more runners to cross the lines, complete their course. We're looking for the German Fabian Blumenstein. Maybe outside the top 20.
Difficult to say whether it's correct, and then we'll see later, but unusual.
And I think just under the 2-hour mark there for the German. Right, we're into our last 3 runners now. Here's Emil Svensk, 6th place at the middle distance yesterday, 5th place in these European Championships 2 years ago, the long distance race. See how he's managed to progress on the first part of this course on this long leg too. Already behind some of the others, yeah, to start.
Different exit from the control, chasing his brother. Yeah, but you can see he's 1.5 minutes behind Victor Svensk at this point. On the top of the hill, I think it's about 2 minutes already.
It's just micro route choices, isn't it? Just sometimes just taking that little bit extra distance to kind of go up and round places, or not quite where there's as good of routes, maybe in the bottom of the valley or something to take the climb. Very interesting. I'm sure we'll see lots more analysis on this leg. Olli Ojanaho was the second last to start. He actually didn't finish his course yesterday, made some mistakes, and then maybe very sensibly in the heat wanted to try and save something for today's race. You can see again he's running with a belt, got some liquids, got some fuel on board as we catch up with Martin Hubman, someone who didn't run the middle distance race, I think.
Exactly. Following him towards the first TV control. This was control 15, now on the way to 16. It was quite a solid start. Was a bit behind already at the pre-warning. About 2.5 minutes. The gap between Victor Svensk and Martin Hopman.
But ahead of our current leader in the finish. I'm just going to try and see when we might get a new leader in the finish. I'm looking out for where we see Victor Svensk.
You can see that both of them went to the north to control 7. Similar routes also to control 10. A small mistake there towards 11.
I was going to say this looks like one of the Sild brothers. This is Timo Sild, who has actually now overtaken his brother, Lowry. And we're going to see him next at this control, number 19. Here he comes in white of Estonia. Doing a lot of map reading into this control. The men do have a much longer leg compared to the women here after this refreshment control. Punches the control and straight back up the hill. This is Simon Imark on his way to number 16. That is number 15. And yeah, good speed, making it look very easy, of course, on these controls.
Yeah, but I think he must have done a mistake or a really bad route choice in the beginning because he's far behind. He was 7 in the pre-morning.
Overtaken by Martin Hubman, hasn't he?
You can see it here, 7 minutes and 50 seconds. Now interesting, Imark going down all the way around. It's a far way up then to 7. And then going down there again. The tail here is 2 minutes now. Them all the way to control 13.
Well, let's have a look then at the final starter for today. You can see multi-world champion at this distance, at the long distance. Also took the win when the World Cup came to Czechia, came to Česká Lípa on very similar terrain here. And yeah, he really has shown that he's he took over from Olav Lundenes as the king of the long distance, really, from one Norwegian to another. And we can then compare to Victor Svensk, to Isak Jonsson, and yeah, a little bit different routes, but it was certainly quite an attacking start.
Going all the way up the re-entrant there, taking a very steep uphill. But I mean, that's quick. We have seen how quick Victor Svensk was compared to the others. And Fosser, it's very similar to what we have seen in the Czech Republic when he was, I think he had already caught Matthias Kibuc there at the first intermediate time. So very similar.
He's already caught and dropped to Yanaho, so if you want to take that, he's caught and dropped to Yanaho even before the first split time. So make of that what you will. That's an incredible start from Fosser. And actually, I was gonna, when we were talking about the favourites, I was gonna maybe bring it up there, but I've decided to wait. You know, we saw Fosser struggle with a few of the races in the sprint season, and you know, he kind of confessed he wasn't really sure kind of what was going on physically. He was going to go back to Norway for some tests, trying to figure out what happened. Didn't have the best world championships. So for me, there would still be kind of questions surrounding his fitness, but clearly he's had a fantastic start to this race.
Definitely, but I mean, it's just the start. We're just at control 6, or he's on the way to control 7, so there's a long way to go for him.
So just seen Breivik through, and these are standings at split number 2, so that's at control number 19. Not sure whether Max Pesebema has disqualified, so we're looking at Fabian Abersold. Isak Jonsson still our current leader at the finish to be in contention here. We're still waiting for Victor Svensk to get to this point, and I'm sure we will bring you an update on that one very, very shortly. And some of our early starters here will be still very happy to see their names up here in the top 20. Let's compare then, synchronise as if they started at the same time, the routes, particularly on this 16 to 17.
Because Victor Svensk went all the way to the south, hadn't seen that before, was passing the start point of the competition. He's very quick until here, then he has to do 50 meters, more than 50 meters of climbing. His gap compared to Max Peter Beimer was 1 minute, no, it was actually 43 seconds ahead at TV Control 1. And now he's more than a minute behind.
Yeah, that's just really a massive dent in his race. He had such a good route on the first route choice, and now is pretty much the only one we've seen go this way. Probably for a good reason. That climb just on the end up to 17. You're going
like
the ski index contours.
But I mean, 85% of the leg he can go downhill or flat. So it's really in the end, but you have to take everything at once, and it's very steep, and that slows you down a lot. And on the other route, where you also go quite far away from the line, you don't have to climb very much at all. So I think, yeah, even if it's time-wise even if it would be quite equal time-wise, I still think it would be better to go to the north because you could save some energy.
So the time ticks by for Victor Svensk. Soon he's going to be slower than Abersold too.
Here he is, Victor Svensk.
Yeah, very nearly at this control 19. But what was he? Yeah, I mean, you can look there. You can look there. That's pretty much the effect of that route choice from 16 to 17. I mean, he's lost nearly 2 minutes.
Yeah, and I mean, he lost almost 2 minutes to the control, but due to the fact that he was very tired on the top, he kept on losing then to the next control. So it was not only the time to the pre-warning, but then he kept on losing to actual TV control. So, yeah, maybe not the best decision.
That was Anton Johansson through there. As we see Rito Ecker into the finish, into 24th spot. And I think we should be seeing Abersold into the finish very soon. This is Vestergaard from Canada. And we've got Matthias Grohl from Austria, but I'm hoping we stick around here.
I think we have to wait for another 1.5 minutes.
I think they've got some spray at the finish for the athletes to try and cool them down, but that means the camera lens is getting a little bit damp. Those are standings at the finish. Still, I mean, throughout the whole of the broadcast so far, Isak Jonsson has been at the top of the standings. The closest one, Iitti Savolainen from Finland, then Ricardo Rankin from Switzerland. But it could be all about to change very soon as another young Swiss runner is on his way down through the terrain. Someone who was disappointed to miss out on selection for the World Championships in Edinburgh a month ago. He'll obviously have been able to switch his focus to the forest much earlier than some of the others. So Fabian Abersold will want to make an impact here on the results, and you can see he is going to.
Yeah, and it's a bit of pity that he lost time there between the second TV control and towards the finish. We know that he lost time compared to Max Peter Beimer, but he is satisfied.
I haven't seen him so pumped up before. This is really cool. Well, I was kind of saying, I guess he wanted to, he was annoyed not to get selected for the World Championships. He was disappointed in himself, and so I think he feels like he's got something to prove maybe here at the finish for when running for Switzerland, running for his country.
That's going to be interesting to see now, because compared to Max Peter Beimer, he lost 2 minutes somewhere. Be interesting to follow. Maybe small mistake there to 18. I think we have seen that in the broadcast, actually. Then there, I think you could go straight. But no, I mean, no technical issues or bigger issues. Yeah, at 18, I think that he lost 1.5 minutes there. That might be something.
So this is split number 2. This is number 19. Howard Sansaleitsmo next.
I think Abersold lost out from 20 to 21 when we could see Isak Jonsson going straight, and he was going all the way around in the re-entrance.
Hey, more water.
I was not happy there. There's not enough water. Yeah, he shouldn't need to do it by himself there. There should be prepared water for him.
Yeah, he's understandably annoyed because a lot of them were just taking. There was certainly a lot of water there for the women on the earlier part of the time.
Fabian Ebersol, it seemed like you had a great out there. Are you satisfied with it?
Yeah, I'm quite satisfied. It was so tough. It was from up the hill, down the hill, up the hill. It was so tough. It was by far not a perfect race, but it was solid. It was good. A good pace. I felt like I could catch up runner by runner. And yeah, I felt good. Still some mistakes, but yeah, in the end, I could,
Well, we may eventually be able to hear the end of that from Fabian Abersold. I think you could get the impression that
tactic in this.
I tried to start slow, but as an official test race some weeks ago, I only got slower, even though I was starting really slow. It was so tough. I tried to never push too much in the uphills to really have this rhythm all the way. And I almost made it till the end, but the last like 10-15 minutes, it was so tough. And I started to make really stupid mistakes. Yeah, I think in the end, I'm really satisfied. Yeah.
Thanks and congrats again.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, interesting from Fabian Abersold. He lists kind of the things he did wrong and then says he was satisfied. This man, not satisfied. I think he's just found out.
He was told by coach Khalid Aline that he was not all the way to control 13. I mean, he would be almost 3 minutes quicker. Of course, he would lose another minute here if he would go all the way to the control and back. But yeah.
Yeah, and told, I think, even before the, getting his readout, getting the download, I think, and it's just going to show up there on the piece of paper that he's missed out control number 13, punched a different one instead. And yeah, that is quite gutting. I think they're doing the second readout of the SI just in case, but yeah, he did not have. And it's tough because he's mispunched 2 races in a row, and because he had such a good one apart from that control as well. Very, very hard to take. Austrian Matthias Peter into the finish. We've also got Quentin Andrieux, the French athlete, taking to the finish as well, into the top 10 at the moment for the French athlete. Diving to the ground, into the shade as well. It's been a very tough long distance, and just checking kind of the times at the moment. Fabian Abersold, 103 minutes and 20 seconds is the quickest time so far, and really, well, it's going to be a little bit more time yet before we see some of those very last starters through our TV controls, but Fabian Abersold's time, it stacks up all the way around the course.
So here we have a comparison between Krivda, Glebov, and Abersold. See Krivda going straight there. Always have a close eye to control 13. That's where Max Peter Beimer didn't go all the way. His control just there on the hill. Yeah, Glebov was checking that control as well, so did Krivda, but Krivda, he turned back then, he noticed that something was strange.
Good spot. Maybe he, going back out of that
Yeah, I mean,
control wasn't like he thought like it should be.
I mean, if you're actively reading the map, then you notice that something can't be right with the distance. I mean, you have an idea on how far you have to go to the next control, and then suddenly the control shows up, and it must be much earlier than expected. So then you get the time out of the control again, you don't get it to match, and then I think Krivda noticed that, okay, I can't have been all the way to the control.
Well, it's a good job that he made change, but it does mean that he's actually been caught up by this man. I think if our running camera operator was to face the other way, you'd see Krivda hot on the tails of Glebov here.
Yeah, we see him.
Yeah, so Glebov has caught Krivda by the 3 minutes. Means Glebov into 5th place. Krivda, as you can see there, into 12th. This is control 19. And Martin Hoodman, again, one of those runners who didn't run yesterday's middle distance. See, maybe Martin Hoodman going to get something out of his little belt there or something, but his route's very similar to that of Abersold.
Yeah, we have the 3 minutes gap here between Abersold and Martin Hoopman, both of them going to the north. And we've just seen Hoopman at control 19. Here we have a small mistake by Abersold going down to control 18, a little bit too early.
I thought it was really interesting when Abersold said he felt like maybe he'd gone a bit quick in the test race. So he decided he was going to start out slow, but only felt like he was getting slower, and that he actually didn't want to give too much effort on the hills.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a good idea if you have such a long race and you have so much climbing, it's warm. When he says that he doesn't give it all on the hills, I think it's still very quick, but maybe just 97 instead of 100%.
Yeah, I was going to say his slow up the hills is probably everybody else's sprinting up the hills, to be honest. So certainly if you look at a regular club orienteer, it all looks like incredibly quick. Immark will be the next to get to control number 19. Still to get to 18, he'll have to drop down one of these sections. Really leaping through the terrain. But outside of the top 10. And again, like the camera just really makes this look quite flat, not steep at all. Yet you can see he was really making a climb as he crossed the slope there. So the kind of feat of endurance, of strength and skill that these guys have had to do. It's very impressive. I
Background.
think that's Eskil Shinneberry
Schönberg,
and who
Maxi,
was it? And Camila as
Mika
well,
Kirmula, yeah.
who jumped down there. Timo Sild into the finish, getting close with Natalie Ruhala. It's going to go into 6th spot. And actually, yeah, definitely run away from his brother at the end there. Let's get the comparison. A long way behind Absol, as you can see.
You can see both of them on the same route. Yeah, but I mean, he's so far behind. It's difficult to read anything out of this comparison because you don't really see the difference time-wise. Passing by control 18 there in order to get to 17, and going back, going to 19. And there, in this, when Abersold went down into the re-entrant there to control 21, I think compared to Max Peter Beimer, he lost quite a lot of time in this section. I don't think you have to do it as Timo Sild and back out from the control. You should be able to kind of exit control 20 on height and go into the re-entrant to the northwest, and then on to the plateau and attack control 21 from the south. There's a comparison between Hoopman and Riedefeld. I think we have seen that from Caroline Olsson.
Yeah.
13 to 14, definitely not a good route choice. You can see that Hoopman is already at the control. Surprising.
Yeah, you're going so much off the red line.
And then you have
kind
to
of
climb
beyond the control, and then you have to climb, and you kind of almost coming
75
back on yourself
meters
as
anyway.
well. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he will lose a lot of time. We have seen that in the women's race that Caroline Olsson was caught by Johanna
Riedefeld. Yeah.
Riedefeld.
Yeah, at that point for doing the same thing. Yeah, that looks quite painful actually.
And actually, if we would be in live, we could see that Riedefeld and Hoopman are together now at the place where Hoopman is. So that would be the live position. So we're live with Hoopman.
So that will mean Hoopman has caught Riedefeld by 6 minutes.
6 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, very good feedback for Daniel Hoopman.
And we know that Victor Svensk now on the way to control 17. He's gonna lose, about 1.5 minutes. And then continue. He will continue to lose then to the next control as well. So I think it costs him about 2 minutes to route choice to 17.
Yeah, Victor Svensk has only got a few more controls to go, by the way. So we'll very soon see him at the finish and see how he's going to compare to the new leader. But Daniel Hoopman.
You can see Riedefeld there in the picture as well.
And actually, look here how much Hoopman is preparing this next route choice. He's barely taken his eyes off this map.
Yeah, but I mean, they just got the map at control 14 because they have the map change there. So he didn't have a chance to prepare it beforehand.
No, but you know when he's going to get to this control, he's going to be so well prepared. You can tell him maybe just checking a few other things, maybe checking his direction out of the control, but that looks spot on. Mika Kirmala at split number 2 is going to be a little bit behind Abersold still. But then, of course, after this point, we know Abersold hasn't taken the best route choices, so this is going to be quite interesting. Let's get the confirmation of the comparison between Kirmala and Abersold.
And then especially keep an eye on between 17 and 18, because there I think Abersold is going to lose about 50 seconds compared to Kirmala. Then Abersold is going to lose a little bit of time again between 20 and 21. So here he loses about 50 seconds.
Larry still now down the slope. Then we'll be looking for yesterday's champion. Erik Langedal Breivik. It's not been the best day for Larry still today. Minutes down, being caught up and overtaken by his brother. Watching out for Breivik next, and Victor Svensk is on his way soon. This is Breivik, yesterday's new European champion in the middle distance. It won't be 2 from 2 though. Certainly didn't have some Simona Appersold aims of backing up a individual performance with a great second individual performance. Still a very good 5th place for Breivik, 8 minutes slower than Appersold. We should be seeing Victor Svensk through here fairly soon. And with kind of mistakes made from Appersold, but mistakes made from Svensk, certainly on that long leg. Really not sure where this is going to go. I'm going to watch for Swede down the slope, down the track here, as his time ticks up. Waiting for a flash of blue. There he is.
So he was actually in the shared lead just a few minutes ago.
So it all comes down to the sprint finish. Yeah, he's lost it here. He's not going to be quicker than Appersold. And for me, he had such a great start to this race. Such a great long leg, 4 to 5. But he ruined his race on 16 to so much climb. You can see there, exchanging the lead with Appersold in lots of different places there. But there we go. Yeah, into second place.
I mean, control 16 to 17, I think it cost him about 2 minutes overall.
Let's have a comparison here.
Yeah, you can see it here. I mean, only on this route, I think he lost about 1.5 minutes, but then he kept on losing towards control 19 because he had such a difficult uphill. And then here, that's where Appersold lost time. And then they were, I think they were had exactly the same time at 21, 22.
Yeah, and then just dropped a little bit there. Janis Bonek next to go through. No, not his day today. 9 minutes down. Yeah, Bonek, those who didn't finish yesterday's middle distance. We've got 6 runners who've started after him. So still out, still yet to reach his split time number 1, Daniel Hubman. Oh, no, hang on, we've seen Daniel Hubman. So 5 runners, Gustav Bergman, Joey Hadorn, Emil Svensk, Ole Oyenaho, and Kasper Fosser.
Yeah, and that's the comparison between Bonek and Appersold. Let's see if he goes all the way here, Bonek. Yes, he does. And already at this point, he's very far behind Appersold. You can see that Appersold already halfway to control 17.
Yeah, so the standings then at split 1. Still got, as I said, 5 more runners to come through this point. Victor Svensk, at that point, he was in the lead, ahead of Fabian Appersold. But yeah, it all changed for him there. So Fabian Appersold's time, Daniel Hubman's time, Mika Kimmeler's time as well, stacking up compared to the others. But with Fosser, looked like he'd made a quick start when we caught up with him earlier on. So we'll have to see where he comes through next. In fact, actually, we've He's struggling with the GPS tracking on some of the chasing runners, some of the last runners, so we'll have to see where they will approach this, when exactly they will approach the 16th control.
Let's see something from Rekborn. It's quite far behind here already into control 13. Then going far out to control 14. Yeah, I didn't want to do the climb there on the other side of the valley. It's not really his day today either. You can see 5 minutes the tail.
Yeah, and he's on his way to control 18 now, looking down the slope. But yeah, you can see already from the GPS track, this is going to be significantly behind. So still to actually punch his control 19, Regborn, here he comes. Been such a strong athlete. Punching the control first, of course, taking on some liquid, and another long control still to go. Still well over half an hour of running from this point. Joey Haddon then, he's on his way towards split number 1, control 16.
It's quite far behind as well.
Yeah, so maybe ending up a similar time to Regborn.
We know that he was a bit behind, but
Victor Svensk, it seemed really tough, long distance. How did you experience your race out there?
It was so tough. I was a little bit tired from yesterday. It was a tough course yesterday as well, and I just tried to set a little slower pace in the beginning, but it was tough in the end. Yeah.
Yeah, and what were the biggest challenges of this course?
Physical, it was so tough, and then you need to focus on the technical in the end, in the difficult part. So it was so close to do a big mistake, but in the last second I thought, oh shit, this is wrong. Then I just go the right direction.
Yeah, and were there some decisive moments where you think you lost some time?
Yeah, I went like quite much south on the long leg, and I think that was not the best. But yeah, it's hard to do every. This is such a difficult route choices, so it's hard to nail everyone.
Thanks, and
Thank you.
yeah, it's hard to get all the route choices, but if he would have nailed that route to 17, he might have been able to be in the fight for the medals.
Yeah, I wonder if he's got feedback from his coach already that's
Yeah,
kind
definitely.
of where
I think he had
where it's lost.
I think he had an interview with the Swedish television as well. They for sure told him that he lost time there, but this is interesting now because Foster is going to approach the first TV split.
Yes, and he is the last starter at the moment, so this is looking very good for him, but like not as huge a margin as maybe I would have thought, and he has caught up Emil Svensk in the process.
You think the 2.5 minutes is not big enough of a margin?
No, I think it is a big enough margin. I don't know, I can't remember what time Tova, actually, guys, to be fair, actually Tova was only 2 minutes quicker than everybody else at this point, so I'll reassess. It's a huge margin.
It is indeed a huge margin. I can see that he already has this margin here into control 7, then going to the south there. Abersold all the way to the north. It will be interesting to see now. Yeah, I think it was a good decision. Didn't really matter too much. For sure, no bad decision.
Ruslan Glebov here and Thomas Krivda still in this pair on their way to number 19. So I'm just looking at who's yet to come through our first TV control. We've not had Olio Yanaho. I can see he's on his way to control number 14. He's been passed by Fossa. But I don't think we've seen Gustav Bergman through there either. I'm just going to try and have another look at the results. Have we seen him punch anywhere?
Well,
or maybe we missed him.
No, he's punched there. No, he's gonna be at for any minute. He's gonna be there. He is punched at control 14, but not on control 16.
Okay. We've lost the GPS for tracking for him, that's why.
But he's 14 minutes behind, so he's out of the fight for the medals.
Yeah, definitely out for the fight of the medals as Glebov in here. He's going to probably also be just out the fight of the medals. Into 6th place at the moment, though. Alongside Krivda, who he's caught. If we look at the runners going, Fossa looks in an outstanding position, but so too Daniel Hubman, Mika Kirmala, they look like they could do some damage. Martin Hubman as well, he's on his way towards the finish very, very soon. We'll see what happens. Here is Gustav Bergman, and as we said already, it's really not been a good competition for him. He was really kind of disappointed, saying not acceptable in his performance on the middle distance race. Really, really kind of down about his performance, even more down than his usual kind of self-critical and reflective self. But it will be a 14-minute gap. Martin Hubman, though, can he get into the top 3? He is going to do so at the finish here, running all the way through to the line. Martin Hubman from Switzerland into 3rd place, 1:24 slower.
Yeah, very good race after first TV control compared to Fabian Abersold, where he got even closer to Fabian Abersold. So good race by Martin Hubman. But to come back to Gustav Bergman, I mean, I was talking about that yesterday. He was running ultra long Swedish championships just a week ago. Now today he has to do another very tough long distance. Yeah, of course, that's he will feel that in his legs.
I mean, you can kind of see it in his body language there, can't you? You know, he overshot that one. He just kind of did a sigh, a slump of the shoulders. Oh, now I've got to go back and get it. And
it's still really a long way to the finish.
Yeah. This is going to feel incredibly long for Gustav. Yeah, you can say he certainly already knows this race is gone, and he does again. He looks quite similarly tight to the other days, and yeah, everything looks a bit like a chore for him today.
Yeah, it's not very quick
again,
out
he
of
looks
that
super
hole
lopsided.
either.
I wonder if there's something. Again, we know he's had loads of back problems. I wonder if there's something wrong as well, because this is not the Gustav Bergman we're used to seeing.
I think next ones we're going to see at the TV control, at the second TV control. It's going to be Hubman and Riedefeld. They're on the way to control 17, so on the very end of this route, of this long route.
Yeah, it's going to be really good to see what has happened to Daniel Hubman on this longer route. And still to come into split control number 1, we've still got Olio Yanaho. He's nearly there, but he's been caught and dropped by a good margin by Kasper Fossa, so he's really out of the picture when it comes to medals, I think.
And I mean, we know that Fabian Abersold lost about 1.5, 2 minutes, yeah, maybe 1.5 minutes from control 17 to control 21. So if Hoopman is within 30 seconds, within a minute, he could have the chance to overtake his teammate there.
Yeah, here is Ianho. The Finn, he was the second to last starter. He is now the last man out in the forest. You almost have someone collecting in the controls after him. But it hasn't been his day either. Yeah, there you go. And again, overshot this control too. Must have just reached a point and gone, no, I've now gone too far. Exactly the same as Christopher Bergman. What you can do is you can see the re-entrant ahead of 16 and you know you've overshot. Simon Mark next in towards the finish. It's going to be 7th place for him.
Simon Imark, who was 35th, as I said, in Rakvere 2 years ago. But don't forget that Simon Imark is the World Junior Championship silver medalist in long distance.
Here is the Finn in towards control 16, and we can get his time nearly 10 minutes down, puts him into 20th position.
I mean, looking at the result list a bit, the result from the first TV control, you can see that Fosser is 4.5 minutes ahead of Hoopman, who we have in the picture here. I mean, Svensk is together with Fosser. If Svensk can keep up, he could be involved in fight for the medal again. But let's take Hoopman first to the TV split, because I think that's, yeah, he's very close to Abersold now. As I said, there was a mistake by Abersold, and there's another one coming.
Yeah, he made a mistake at control 18, just dropping down a little bit in the wrong direction, and then a route choice error later on. So Daniel Hoopman just want to make sure he gets the punch. Goes a second slower than Abersold.
And we have Riedeveld as well, still up there. You can see that Hoopman is not getting a lot of help when it comes to navigation by Riedeveld, but sometimes it's good to feel a runner behind you, especially if you caught him.
Yeah, it's just going to keep pushing you on, isn't it? Let's have a look at the comparison then.
You can see this was the mistake of Riedeveld. That was the moment when they got together up at control 14. Of course, they are synced here. So here you can see that the tail, Hoopman's tail, almost reaching out to Riedeveld. Abersold still ahead at this point. And then here you can see it's gonna lose the time, and then now they're almost exactly at the same time. But this is gonna be interesting now. Mika Kirmula to the finish. It's gonna be very tight, I guess.
Yeah, it should be, I think.
It's maybe not even tight.
It's not even tight, you're right. He's stormed away on this last section. Mika Kirmala, who almost was a bit confused about where to go on this last section, and now he is really using those arms to go all the way through to the line. It will be a new leading time. Oh, pretty much knee slide to the ground, and that is 1:41.
And you can feel that he knows that he has a good run, because he was giving it all on the run-in, and that hurt.
Yes.
You can see that he has cramps in his legs.
Yeah, in his feet as well. Ouch. Shoes straight off. Ooh. This was incredible descent though down into the finish.
You can feel that he just wants to get rid of everything at the feet. They are burning for sure.
Okay, let's have this comparison, because this is how far Kimler was behind Abersold into number 17.
Tail is 2 minutes. Here we have, I think, 40-50 seconds that went at control 18. And then look at this here. A small mistake here by Kirmel as well, but good exit. And then he had the direction. And you can see that he was just overtaking Abersold there. Similar execution to 23, similar to 24 as well. So it was basically 18 and 21 that made the difference. But we had Hoopman 28 seconds ahead of Kirmula, so Hoopman definitely a chance now for the leads in about 15 minutes.
Well, it looks like Camila can at least stand up now. He's managed to pick up his shoes as well. And yeah, if I was him, I'd be trying to get a download quite soon as well. But amazing work from him. Really able to capitalise. Swedish coach there offering him some little sponge to cool down, and it's ended up being quite a decent gap then of 1 minute and 32 seconds as we get shorter and shorter. Still not under 100-minute mark though in terms of our winning time. So we've got to look all eyes to Fosse to see if he can bring it down a little bit closer to what the planners expect. So who, if we look back, if you take a look back at the kind of split times, who is still in contention for a medal here?
I mean, for sure we have Kasper Fosse, we have Daniel Hoopman out there. And as I said before, we have Svensk together with Fosse. Svensk was in position 7 at the TV control, 6 minutes behind Fosse, but I mean, Fosse was 4.5 minutes ahead of Hoopman. If he continues in the pace he had in the first bit, there might be a chance for Svensk to go all the way up on the podium. I think those are the runners we have to keep an eye on. Svensk, Hoopman and Fosse. And I mean, we didn't see so much of Eskil Skinneberg throughout the competition, but he's still on 4th position.
Yeah, I think that's 2 good runs then for him. 7th place yesterday for Skinneberg, so good, nice and consistent. Bonek, yeah, we could tell at TV1 he was already too far behind. Now 8 minutes down compared to Abersold. Although maybe we should start making comparisons compared to Camila. And so we are going to do that with the GPS tracking.
Keep an eye on Bonek. We know that Kirmula executed this bit really good. Bonek going to the north as well. That looks good. You can see the tail, 5 minutes. So Bonek is, he keeps losing time here, going quite far around to control 17. Go down there and climb up again. There's another comparison between Hadorn and Kirmula. Hadorn on the Victor Svensk route to control 17. We know that Victor Svensk lost about 1.5 minutes to control 17, then another half minute all the way to control 19. The Fosse has been out for 74 minutes. We had Hoopman at the second TV control after 82 minutes.
Yeah, where is Fosse right now? He's currently...
I mean, they have a few meters to go, but the GPS is not really... it's on the way to 17.
He's currently on the way to 17, yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, he should be there really soon.
Yeah, and I mean, that's definitely... I think Svensk is there as well, so I think that Svensk is going to go into second, even if he's 6 minutes behind. No, probably not in 2 seconds, because now we have the pre-warning at control 17 by Kasper Fosser. So there is still 4 minutes and 52 ahead of Daniel Hupman. He wasn't much quicker on this long route, only 15 seconds. So Svensk still more than a minute behind Hupman. But they will for sure show up very soon in the picture. I think that Hadon is now in this group as well, with Fosser and Svensk.
Yes, I think you're right. Now, having dropped, as a result of that route choice, he's dropped back in the pack. So that means Fosser has caught, well, he's caught and dropped Olio Yanaho, he's caught Emil Svensk, he's caught Joey Hadon, he's caught and dropped Gustav Bergman, which means, yes, Daniel Hubman is the main challenger. I say challenger, I mean, like, Fosser had like a 3-minute gap at TV1.
I think we can focus on the fight between Hupman and Svensk. Because I mean, and between Svensk and Kirmula Apersold. Because Svensk is really doing the work here. We have seen that he was in front at control 16. He's still in front here, out from control 17 towards control 18. So if he's going to get a medal, it's not like in other cases we had, like 2021 or 16, that they were just being a part of the train behind Fosser. He's really active in this group.
Okay, we'll catch up with that group very soon as they get to control number 19 quickly. Martin Rayborn at the finish. And he will be 5 minutes plus behind Kirmula. Crossing the line there into 7th. Should be getting that trio at control number 19 very soon. Our second TV control, here it is. There's Fosser. And yeah, they kind of split up again here. Maybe Fosser just getting that control, the micro navigation into that control the best. And look at there on the right, his lead just grows and grows and grows. It's going to be 5 minutes. But you can see that nearly.
Svensk is up there again. He really wants to be in the leads. He wants this group to be quick. And now the gap between Hupman and Svensk, 1 minute and 12 seconds. Between Svensk and Kirmula, 45 seconds.
Ooh. It's still all to play for.
Apersold is 13 seconds ahead. 1 minute and 13 seconds, but he will lose towards control 21.
Well, if you look at this gives you that indication then of what you were just trying to describe. So Fabian Apersold just 1 second ahead of Daniel Hubman there. But obviously we know he loses some time still from this point. Seeing drops behind Mika Kirmula, Hubman ahead of Kirmula, Emil Svensk behind all of them. But he's in a good fast move that could make all the difference. I think it all depends on how well they execute those controls coming down the hill as well. And of course, route choice over to 21.
I think we're going to hear a bit from Mika Kirmula very soon.
Mika Kirmula, congrats to a great race. We saw that you were really exhausted in the finish. Do you feel right now?
Yeah, I'm fine. I think the most problem was with the ankle tapes. They were probably too tight for this terrain when you run a steep slope. So maybe it a bit affected like I was feeling, but otherwise it was quite nice all the way.
Yeah, what were the pinches of today?
I think the route choices were, of course, are quite crucial in the long distance, and I didn't feel so comfortable with my route choices, but I think after catching Eskil and Anton, I felt that they weren't so bad, and yeah, it gave quite much power to the end of the course. So.
And how did you manage to stay focused when you saw the other runners?
Yeah, I think it's always like you get these first good feeling that the race is probably going well, and after that is the most important part, to stay focused for the race, and otherwise it was quite okay also. So
overall, you're really satisfied with your race, or do you lost some time somewhere?
yeah, I think there's some time lost, but overall I think it was quite good for long distance, not anything major. I'm quite happy, at least after yesterday. So
Thanks and congrats again.
thanks.
As we heard, as we heard Camila talk, we also had Daniel Hoopman to the pre-warning. He was 27 seconds ahead at TV2. Now he's 41 seconds ahead, so still going very strong, Hoopman. And pre-warning, that was at control 22, so not very long to go.
No, he's done all the climb at that point. He's just got to go down pretty much from there.
If he's not doing a mistake, then he has to climb up again to control 23 or 4.
Yeah, and those ones are super, super tricky. Of course, he, will have learnt a lot from yesterday's race to apply it to that. And this is the live picture then, and maybe he's dropping Riederfeld as well. This is a good sign.
I mean, he was a few meters ahead already at control 19. And here we can see it now. It's probably 40 seconds, the gap between Hoopman and Riederfeld. I mean, 23 is not very, very difficult. You can drop down in that valley, and then you just have to run towards this stony bit. Of course, you have to be careful then in order to really get to the right crack. 24 is much more difficult. You have to refocus again. I mean, it's not the most difficult control, but it's towards the end. You have been out there for quite a while, and you can almost hear the finish. Behind we can see that Svensk and Hadone most possibly Foster as well, now approaching control 20 as we have Ruslan Glebov to the finish.
Yep, on his way down the slope now. I think he was running with Krivda, so we can take the Ukrainian in all the way to the finish. Kind of flying down that slope. And yeah, not a bad run here from the Ukrainian. He's going to be trying to make it into the top 6 at the moment. Only a few more meters towards the line. Pretty consistent performance there from Glebov.
Junior championship bronze medalist. Yesterday, 10th place for Ruslan Glebov.
I'm quite amused by the stadium announcer listing all of their credentials as they cross the line, even if it's like world junior bronze medals back from when Glebov was a junior.
Yeah, that was not yesterday.
No. But yeah, he looks happy.
West. So do you want to have it back, or?
Is it not yours?
It's not yours, but it's also second, not mine.
Okay.
I forgot one at home, and this one I got at the...
Okay, do you need it for the relay, or...?
No, if you want, you can take it back.
Okay.
You will.
It's easier if we...
Yes.
Discussing about the GPS rest. Yeah.
Let's recap then those standings at the finish, with Ruslan Glebov coming in there to 6th place. Mika Camila still in the lead. Fabian Abersold's time is good enough to put him second, with Victor Svensk into 3rd place at the moment. But we've got a couple of fast finishing men. We've got a fast finishing Swiss, we've got a fast finishing Norwegian, and a Swede who could throw things in the mix as well. Daniel Hubman, though, is the one I think we're probably going to focus on first. He's made it to control number 23, just another control before he hits the track and into the arena now. So he'll be here very, very shortly, and seeing whether he's going to be able to take a medal from today's race. It's certainly possible. It looks like he could come in to a new leading position, though. Here, he said yesterday he had the legs for the race, but not the brain. So as long as he doesn't manage to throw anything away in those last stages, he should be good. So here's a comparison against the current leader, Camila. Daniel Hubman still leading at this point.
We know that he was even a little bit quicker from 19 to 22. So let's see here. Camila with a small mistake just before control 20, both with a good exit. I liked Camila's exit a little bit more because I think he stayed a bit higher in the slope. Interesting as well that Riedefeld went down. That might be where he lost contention to Hoopman. We can see now that Hoopman was at control 24 as well. So very, very soon he will be at control 25 and 10 to the finish, and I think it's now fair to say that he's going to be the new leader when he comes to the finish. Here he
Yeah,
is.
he should be. Here he is, and this looks good enough for me for a medal run for Daniel Hubman. He's just got one more control to go in here into the arena, and he's proved that age and experience are absolutely necessary for orienteering. He's going to take a European Champs medal, I think, here. Looking at the athletes still to come in the competition, he's certainly going to take a new leading time. Daniel Hubman at the finish goes into the lead here, and Mika Kirmala gets pushed down into second place. So 1 hour, 40 minutes and 56 seconds, with only Casper Foster, possibly Emil Spence, who can beat him. Yeah, it's a fantastic run.
I'm not sure about Svens with that finish he had. Will be difficult because he was more than a minute behind Hoopman. But for sure, Casper Foster still has the chance to win this race.
Here's Albin Riedefeld. The two, him and Daniel Hubman, were racing together for quite a while, but you can see, it does show you how great Daniel Hubman's end was, that he just could run away from the likes of Riedefeld as well. And I look back to when his last gold medal was at either an individual medal at either a sprint, at either a World or European Championships. That was back in, a gold medal was back in 2018. The last individual medal at either a World or European Champs was 2019. So 5 years later, Daniel Hubman looks like he's going to be back in the medals.
Ik kom daar.
I think some celebrations there in the Swiss team.
I just got to hear from the coach that this is going to be a medal.
Do you think he believed him?
Yeah, why shouldn't he? I mean, he's in the lead. There are not that many runners out anymore.
I think he'll have had a very good feeling from the race as well.
Yeah, this control 21, 22, 23, that's really something that you should be able to do if you come from Switzerland, because that looks like classical Mittelland terrain. I just got to know that you're not gonna win, but yeah, you're gonna take a medal.
Yeah, I'll be the silver medal as well. There's his brother Martin Hubman, and
I said that it was tough, but it was very nice. I said that Martin was good as well. His brother that is gonna finish as like 7th, 8th.
yeah, he will. And he also needs to get refreshed up because he's got a whole load of interviews that he's going to do now. I think starting with the Swiss orienteering interview there, you can see. And that's the difference at the moment, just the 51 seconds ahead of Mika Kirmala. I say just, that's still a decent margin. Fabian Abersold into 3rd place. I think he's going to be gutted to be just outside of the medals. We've got Casper Foster finishing fast. Victor Svens still, his time stacking up well. Eskil Schneeberg as well. Very quality couple of races from him.
And I think you were wrong. I don't think he's going to start with Swiss TV or anything. He's going to start with us. So we're going to hear from Daniel Hubman now.
Daniel Hubman, congratulations to a great race. You just won a medal at this European Champs. How do you feel right now?
It feels really good. I realized race, I had a good flow. managed to do a proper orienteering, and I also had a good feeling about the route choices I took. So for me, everything seemed to be very good and smooth, and I was hoping that I'm fighting for a top position. And now when I came to the finish, it's nice to realize it was good enough for a medal.
Yeah, and is this a terrain that suits you really well and that you hoped you can fight for the medals?
Yes, also, and in the qualification, I also saw that my shape is good. And anyway, I like fast orienteering with hard ground, so I have had many of the results on these kind of terrains. Also in Hungary, World Championship long distance some years ago. So I knew I really, can master this terrain.
Yeah, what makes you so strong in this type of terrain?
Yeah, I think I like when it's hard ground and when I can push straight forward, running with compass, try to be precise in the direction, hit the controls.
Thank you and congrats again.
Thank you.
Now it's
Yeah, you could tell he knew it was going to be a good one. Feels really super confident in this one. At the age of 41, I think, it's going to be another European medal for Daniel Hubman.
I think, I mean, when he said that it was a few years ago in Hungary, that he was talking about 2009.
Yeah. Let's say 15 years ago. And that wasn't even the start of his career. Janis Fonek then in towards the finish. I've seen Janis around a few times. Certainly had a fantastic season last year in all the forest races. Now going to be ending up in 12th position.
But this time he's just outside
into 12th, and we have now had Kasper Fosse punch our kind of pre-finish control, which is control number 22. Still, I think, in a group with Emil Svensk and Joey Hadorn.
Actually, I've had him there 1.5 minutes ago. Mattis said it, still together with Svensk. I think that Svensk still was a bit ahead of Kasper Fosse, but Svensk, compared to the medal, he is 34 seconds behind Mika Kirmula right now. So it's not over, but it will be very tough for Emil Svensk. I think Hoopman's quite safe on the second position. Kirmula, yeah, maybe.
Well, we'll see. They've only got a couple of more orienteering controls to go, then the last control in the arena. This is what we've been talking about here. Yeah, obviously we don't quite have Kasper Fosse's tracking, but we know he's in that group with Hadorn and with Emil Svensk. So just ascending down the range now into control number 23. And I mean, and certainly for Fosse, he's got such a huge margin here. Emil Svensk gets a lot more tight for the medals.
And I mean, interesting here to see that it's actually Joey Hadorn, or it seems to be Joey Hadorn, leading that group right now, or at least being a bit in front of Emil Svensk. In this kind of situation, it's very then that they're not on their own, because if you're three going into the slope, the risk that you miss one of the controls just by a few meters is very low. This is Anton Johansson, not sure if he fulfilled the race.
No, when you're kind of jogging like that into the finish, it's hard to tell. And yeah, when you're 31 minutes behind, 32 minutes behind, a tough day in the office.
And I mean, he's 32 minutes behind a leading time of 1 hour and 40 minutes, so he's been out there for more than 2 hours. Jogging all the way to the water.
Yeah, cooling him down. One of the young orienteers certainly enjoying helping out. Okay, so back live with GPS tracking. This is the group they've made their way safely to control 23. Just control 24 to go. We have a radio control on this one, so we'll give you an eye out to when they actually punch it and in what order as well, hopefully.
Actually, I mean, Fosse at the warning before was actually 37 seconds behind Svensk at the punch, so not sure that he is exactly in the group together with Hadon and Svensk. But I mean, he has 4 minutes to play with. Now we have
Svensk has just punched that.
Yeah, at 24, so he is going to be to the finish very soon. Don't have the punch from Hadon yet, and don't have the punch of Fosse.
No, still waiting for both of those.
But we can say that Svensk is not gonna make it in front of Kirmula, so he's gonna be outside the medals.
No, he'll be in 3rd position when he finishes, but
yeah,
even if Fosse's dropped off the back of this group, it doesn't really matter. He had such a big margin, and he probably knew that, you know, as well. Svensk is here fighting for the medals. Oh, Hadon is there. We haven't got the punch from him at the control, but he is just behind Svensk. So Svensk here racing all the way down the slope. He is going to come into 3rd place and push Abistald out of the medals. We've got Kasper Fosse still to come.
And you really have to give Emil Svensk credit for this race. He was caught early, but then he stayed active. He didn't want to give up. He didn't want to just be behind Kasper Fosse and kind of use him as a train, leading him to the controls. He was fighting all the way. He wanted to have this medal. He took the initiative. I really liked what I saw here by Emil Svensk all the way to the finish after the struggles he had in the beginning.
Yeah, he really paced it well, kept it attacking, and it's going to be a 4th place from him because this man is coming into the finish, and here, Kasper Fosse, he is the king of the long distance, and the time gap is so good. It's such a dominant performance. He, at one point, was nearly 5 minutes ahead of everybody else. A little bit struggles maybe in the last part, maybe with some of the physical shape, but the gap already was so huge. He's going to take another title, and Fosse becomes the European champion. Hey, the last starter today, he receives confirmation on the loudspeaker that he is the European champion, and Kasper Fosse, he is just supreme at this long distance.
You can see how relieved he is. Yeah, it's good that you can speak about maybe the shape that wasn't all the way in, but he won by 3 minutes and 44 seconds, so the shape seemed to be quite good anyway. Let's see the readout.
He put the work in at the start of the race, didn't he?
Yeah, so everything all right.
Just hold my breath there. I didn't think anything was wrong, but then when you mention it, you definitely want to ask the questions. These guys still trying to cool down a little bit. And Kasper Fosse is the European champion. Looks so happy, and he's improved obviously on the silver medal from yesterday too. But yeah, putting in the work early on to catch up the others. And then it didn't really matter then that just because the gap was already so huge. Hopefully some ice water there, I think, to cool him down. Gets the congratulations from Svensk.
Yeah, and another man, maybe the biggest surprise here in the top 6. Fabian Abistald had a great race as well. Quite early start compared to the other favorites. If he would not have missed there at 18 and 21, he could have had a chance here to get a medal. But anyway, a good performance, ending up in 5th position. Good team result for the Swiss team. Again, 2nd Daniel Hupman, 5th Fabian Abistald, 8th Martin Hupman, and 9th Joey Hadon. Here we have the Hoopman brothers.
Ellers har jeg nå 7 seire og bronse, sølv og
Well, we will hear from Casper Foster in English. We will get an interview from him after we wrap up all the results and everything as well. 3 minutes 43, it was the end, and 97 minutes and 13 seconds of running for Casper Foster. A long distance race, a lot of climb. Everybody who we've heard kind of on the interview has talked about just how physical the course is. Physical, but kind of in a positive way, and how good and how challenging the course was as well. And I think that feels so rewarding when you're able to do that and then perform well on top. And Casper Foster has done it yet again. Daniel Hubman with the first European or World Champs individual medal for 5 years. Great to see him back up there at the age of 41. Isaac Johnson, who was leading for so long at the start of the broadcast, into 11th spot overall, 9 minutes slower than Casper Foster. Picking out a couple of other people as well. Yeah, I mean, some fantastic performances there, and really some very tight positions when you think of the 152 strong start list today, and we look down the results to see some of those other runners. Standout performance of the day, Jonas. Do you have an idea?
Yeah, I mean, winning by 3 minutes and 44 is quite a performance. So I would give this one to Casper Foster. But I mean, the whole, Hoopman on the second, Kirmula on the third. If I compare that to the names I named in the beginning of the broadcast, doesn't really match. I had Haton, Rikborn, Svensk, and Ojanau up there. So kind of a surprise anyway that they take a medal. Of course, we know that Hoopman has the experience, he has the technique, but he's 41 years old. You can't always count on the shape then. Interesting that if you look at the comparison here, 3 medalists all taking very different routes, and you can see that Foster already 2 minutes ahead at control 5. So again, this route to control 5 was very decisive, as it was in the women's race. Interesting route then here by Foster going south. He was a bit more than 2 minutes ahead at the start. Hoopman takes the same route, only Kirmula going to the north. You can see that Hoopman this point about a minute ahead of Kirmula. Then control 13, that was the one where we lost Max Peter Beimer, who actually could have been a guy for a medal today as well. He would have had the time, I guess, but he didn't go all the way to control 13. At this point, very close between Kirmula and Hoopman. All 3 of the medalists going north on this route. We had a few runners going south, Victor Svensk and Joey Hadorn, for example, but they lost on that route. Control 18, as I said before, that's where Fabian Abersold did a mistake. He did another one on the route between 20 and 21. Fosse probably lost a bit of time there as well. We noticed that he was a little bit behind Kirmula, behind Svensk when he approached control 22. So that might be the reason the route choice to 21 was quicker to go straight. No mistakes. Yeah, small mistake to control 24 by Fosse, but otherwise the medalists didn't have any problems in that slope today.
Congratulations, Casper. Yesterday you weren't super happy with your race, but you ended up on silver podium together with Eirik. Reloaded today. How did it feel today? Obviously a good race.
Yeah, for sure. That was so great to be back on the top of the podium again. I feel like long distance is that's my discipline, and I really know how to execute it well. And my worst ever placement in the long distance on the international level is a 4th place. So I have a lot of confidence coming into these long distances, and today was no no exception. I felt really good all the way, and once I caught up with Emil and then Joey, I knew that this was a good race. And then, yeah, they had a bit more juice left in the legs in the end. So, but I felt like I could hold it together well, and super happy with this performance.
As you said, you caught up with them at the 13th control. How did that affect your race?
Not much. Yeah, it was, of course, when I noticed that the Emil was a bit stronger when it came to the flat and slightly uphill. Then I was working hard to keep up, and then yeah, I was taking the lead again when we got into the controls on the downhills, and then so it was a bit of a reminder to push all the way in the end there when you have someone as strong as him beside you.
And quite a good result for the Norwegian team so far. How are you guys going to celebrate tonight? You guys have a rest day tomorrow.
Yeah, I actually don't know the results from today, but yesterday was a really great day for us. And it's so cool to see guys my age coming up and having their breakthrough races this year, both with Jørgen's silver at WOC and Eirik yesterday was really, really nice. So I think the relay on Tuesday will be super interesting. I think we have a better team than we've had for a long, long time. Maybe we're back in the golden days with Magne and Eskil and Olav. Just with a couple of younger guys in the team. That's really, really fun to be a part of this.
Yeah, and some great names that you say in your history. How is the feeling towards this relay coming up? Is it as good as the results have shown?
Yeah, I think so. We proved that we can stand the heat really well, and also the terrain suits as well. We're strong runners, all of us. The relay on Tuesday will be interesting, of course. I wouldn't say that we're in a way any clear favorite, so we really have to work hard for this. But we're reigning European champs, and we'll do our best to keep that title for the next 2 years as well.
All right, congratulations again.
Thank you very much.
So big talking from Kasper Fosse on the success, not just his success, but the success of the Norwegian team.
Do you know the fourth place in the long distance, his worst result? Do you remember which race it was? It was his first ever World Championships long distance in 2019 when he was just outside the wasn't it?
When he was still a junior.
Did he get silver there? Oh, he did get the silver.
Yeah, I thought he medaled in
Yeah,
that
you're
one.
right. You're right. He was leading for a long time.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
must be another
But he
one
put on some pressure on himself for the relay now. So we're gonna see then how they will perform on Tuesday, the Norwegian team.
Yeah, in terms of World Champ results, he's got a silver in 2019, gold in 2021, gold in 2023. And if you look back at these European Championships, obviously a gold now. The fourth place was in Estonia in the European Championships 2 years ago, which was a disappointing performance for him. So yeah, that's it. That was his worst performance in a long distance race at this level. Incredible stuff, really. And I mean, he mentioned some of those Norwegian legends, and he's definitely joined that list of Norwegian legends now, hasn't he?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's so strong. He's still young. He is dominating the long distance. You mentioned it earlier. He's reminding very much on the days when Olav Lunden has won every long distance in every kind of terrain. It feels that Fosser's shape is going quite a lot up and down. On the other hand, he's good in all the disciplines, so it's not really, you can't really compare them one-to-one, but yeah, he is one of the golden boys.
Yeah, he absolutely is. So too, Daniel Hubman has been throughout his career, and another medal to add to his tally. Kasper will come back to the top, and Kasper Fosse. I mean, yeah, he again wrote on social media about disappointment at the World Championships, not performing as well as he wanted. So you could hear the relief in his voice for him to be back on the top of the results, the top of the podium, and to be getting a gold medal as well. And and Camila as well. I mean, yeah, three fantastic performances, putting in especially the kind of the last section of the race, particularly for Hubman and Camila. Very impressive. And for Fosse, it was, as you labelled it in the GPS replay, that long leg, the first long leg, he just caught up 2 minutes on these two, and it was brilliant. So that is the long distance race. I hope you have enjoyed watching the broadcast. Two very exciting races, really, that saw the last runner on the start list working their way through the terrain, just showing why they deserve to be starting last, why they've got all those world ranking points, why they've got loads of points on the World Cup circuit as well. And of course, this is definitely going to help Casper Fosse's campaign for the World Cup overall, giving him another load more points in that, and hopefully helping him towards the stop. As you can see, those are the preliminary standings in the World Cup with the individual race. Individual races will conclude in Finland later on in the year. It's a little kind of pre-World Championships World Cup race, but he is in a very good position to take another win in the World Cup. That's how it stands. But yeah, it's been a very long day. It felt like it's been quite a long day. As you can recap there, Simona Abersold still in the lead on the Women's World Cup standings. A big margin there ahead of Natalia Gempler. Tove Alexanderson hampered by a 4th place in the middle distance, but we've got a good number of points back again today to see if she can take another one. Well, we hope you've enjoyed watching the broadcast. We are going to be having a rest day tomorrow to recover from these two fantastic individual races. We'll be back on Tuesday afternoon then for the relay. Teams of 3 battling it out over the terrain. You've seen lots of mistakes from the individual races. More of that could happen on the relay. We'll see you on Tuesday.
See you then.